He would not answer any questions about interest in the job, but that's his thoughts on the Nebraska job. I just don't see Urban Meyer ever being interested in that job. I don't think he can win big there.
Yeah, I think Urban Meyer, now that his legacy is somewhat tainted, there was a little bit of that on, he tapped out at Florida because of Nick Saban. There was the abbreviation at Ohio State. Okay, this is a guy that we can't get in and trust that he's going to be here for a while.
Now you're a failure because of Jacksonville.
Now you're a failure, and the last thing he wants to do is come take a job where he knows he can't win a championship. And there's that unknown with Nebraska. Yep. And I think it's more of a known back to Texas A&M, a job we brought up earlier, if they were to pay the $90 million buyout for Jimbo Fisher.
Or Texas if Sark sucked.
Or Notre Dame if Freeman can't get this thing turned around. I know we're only 3 games in here, so it's too early to be firing the guy, but it's been a rough start for him, and that's been the one that has always been rumored that Urban Meyer would like his Notre Dame job. But you want to talk about jobs that aren't what they once were. I mean, it's not as bad as Nebraska. Obviously, Notre Dame's been to the college football championship or the playoff 3 times under Brian Kelly, but it's still not the job it once was.
Yeah, I would have a conversation with Brian Kelly if I was Urban Meyer about that job.
Why are you in Baton Rouge and not in South Bend?
Yeah. Can I tell you one more where they've had 0 success over the years, real success, that would interest this guy because
interest Urban Meyer
because they're going to the Big Ten. UCLA.
No.
Just telling you, a couple of years from now.
Just telling you.
Chip Kelly, if they lose to South Alabama this weekend, go Jags. If they lose to South Alabama this weekend, the heat starts going up on Chip.
He didn't want to take USC. Why would he take UCLA?
He didn't want to take USC at that time. Now they're a Big Ten team.
And now you got to go against Lincoln Riley.
Now he needs. I
don't think he needs a job.
He does. He needs to resurrect his image is tainted in coaching. I don't know why. He's a great college coach and did what most college coaches do in the NFL. Not very good. All right, that's the show today. We are back with you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central. Remember, thumbs up. Everything you watch on YouTube with us, thumbs up there. Podcast at Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the replays about to start live on all our streaming platforms, including TuneIn Radio and the Next Round app. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Football's back in America tonight, and it's a great NFL game. Chargers and Chiefs, and what could be an AFC Championship preview. It could be a Super Bowl preview if they played in different conferences, but they don't. Chargers and Chiefs tonight, but it's on Prime. If you don't stream on Prime, there's no way to watch it. This is the first time America will realize that they need Prime to watch a football game, because the exhibition game that was aired on Prime with Al and Kirk, it was an exhibition game. People they didn't have to be dialed in. Now this is a good, meaningful football game. They're going to be like, oh, wait, I can't watch this?
And there was another game going on that exhibition night. I can't remember. I think it might have been NFL Network. So there was actually another live game that night that you could choose from. This will be the only, because there's not even a college game
There's
tonight.
zero college tonight.
So this is the only football available tonight. And there are going to be a lot of people like, I got the NFL Network on. Where's the game?
Hey, where's my football? Hey, man.
Okay, so
you got a little football?
Just because of shows, I am dialed into Amazon Prime. What I wonder, and we've got some great sports bar sponsors, are they going to know how to figure this out?
I saw where they reached a deal. I did not read it because it really didn't affect me one way or the other. What?
We are the best show in America at reading headlines.
No, I'm the king of it. Well, just wait till tomorrow.
You're the king at reading headlines. You're the key at not reading emails.
Oh, I don't read emails. And listen, just a business note. If you guys send me an email,
falling asleep in meetings,
even you guys behind the glass, read in the office, out in the corridor here, if you send me an email after 8 o'clock, I don't read it until 2 o'clock this afternoon.
2 o'clock this afternoon.
I won't even read it.
Yeah. So, I read the headline. There was some deal that Amazon reached with sports bars. So I think sports bars are good. We know a lot of them. I guess we can check, but I think they're good with Amazon.
Well, we're going to be out tonight for Bud Light game night.
That's right.
Mugshots.
Yes.
Uptown. We're coming to your town.
Uptown Birmingham.
Do we have confidence Mugshots is going to have?
I don't have 100% confidence in that.
But you know what? We can help them, right?
That's right.
It'll be our. I'm not giving them my passcode though.
There's going to be sports bars across America where they do not realize this game's on Amazon Prime. Yep. And there's going to be some bartender, and people are going to be wearing that bar. Can we get the game on? Can we please get the game on? I've looked at Fox, I've looked at CBS, I've looked at Amazon, I've looked at NFL Network's not anywhere. I don't know what you want, man.
Yeah.
You know how bad it would be to be a server at a sports bar on a Sunday with different people wanting their game on?
Well, take us back. In Birmingham, Alabama, there used to be a place called PT's. Back before there was a Sunday ticket. You tell, what kind of customer were you on a Sunday?
Well, here was the thing. Nobody wanted to watch the Rams, and they had this one hostess, and I could not stand her because they would finally, I think his name was Charlie or Charles. But he would find me.
Charlie.
No, it was actually Charles or Nick, one of the two owners. And he knew me as the Rams fan, and he would find me a Rams TV. Now, it was typically like a 17-inch dusty old box of a TV.
I think we got the ball. I'm not sure.
And that place was packed out because everybody would go there. But they would put me at a four-top, and it was me and my ex-wife, Bethany. And she would pound crab claws and unsweet teas all day. And I would pound Bud Lights all day.
Yep.
And they would always, it never failed. Hey, do you mind if this random guy sits with you guys to watch his game? And at first I was nice. I was the guy that wouldn't say no. And I finally got to the point, no, he can't sit with me. This is our Sunday. This is my time to watch football.
It's more my Sunday, not really our Sunday, but my wife has been nice enough to be here with me.
Yeah. But sometimes they would put that
better or worse.
They would put that chick on the remote, and like I'd be watching the Rams and the Browns, and some guy would be like, "Hey, I need to watch." The Cowboys and the Cardinals.
And yours was the first one to switch off.
Yeah, and they'd switch it off, and I'm like, what are you doing, man? We're in the second quarter.
Nobody can be watching that game.
We're only down by 25 right now.
It's Rams-Browns.
I'll tell you who does the best job with it, and anybody that will go on and just label the TV. These are where they're going to be.
Yeah, no doubt. So I know where to sit.
Yeah, so when I walk in, hey, I want to watch this weekend the Rams and the Falcons, so seat me in that section. And those TVs don't change.
Well, Charles asked the most critical question of the day. Will it be on at the sports bra?
I mean, are they still playing the WNBA finals?
The championship game tonight.
Oh, no, that's going to be all the TVs at Sports
that's
Bra.
a big. That's
Could
a,
end tonight.
What is the weight at the sports bra tonight?
Aces up 2-0. Game deciding tonight against Connecticut.
How do you know this?
I am the guy who has to drive the show. I have to be prepared for any question that comes in.
Done away. You get up here at 2 in the morning and look
Who's
at
playing
crap
tennis
like,
today?
Yeah.
What else?
Who's playing tennis today?
Tennis is done. We're done.
Tennis is done.
It's done. I only do majors.
Roger Federer, I just saw is retiring. So.
Oh, is he really?
Take that,
How about
Serena.
that?
Yeah. What was the Federer joke we did the other day?
50% of his name is
Federer.
Roger Federer.
Roger Federer.
Roger Federer.
So people are saying I've never, like Michael said, I've never watched anything live on Amazon Prime. One person watched it and said Herb Street sounds strange. That is, did you guys watch the preseason
I
game?
did.
I did
And
not.
My first takeaway, because I didn't, I texted you. I was like, this game looks amazing. And he goes, Scott, it's in 4K.
Yeah, I think that one was. Now, I don't know why they would do preseason not the whole season, but I think you'll get it in 4K, which is a step
good.
because it's streaming.
It looked like I could just jump right into the game.
Yeah, streaming in 4K. No, it did look much, much better.
Oh,
I noticed
my
that. So
gosh.
that's one plus is you'll get it in 4K stream. The other thing is, do you guys remember how, and I don't know if this ever happened to you, how you would play like Madden or it was worse in NCAA college football on EA Sports, and they would pair two announcers together that never worked together, and
Yeah.
it just sounded weird.
Always.
That was Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit in the first one. You felt like you were playing a video game because you've never heard those two voices together. Now, listen, Michaels is probably the best to have ever done it in football, and Herbstreit's as good as anybody. So you got two really good people. I'm just saying, sounded completely different.
Yep. It really did. It was weird, but both of them are very, very good, and they've been working on building their chemistry. Stories out there about their chemistry building. You can go check out some of the conversations they've had to get it ready to roll tonight when they get a good one too, man.
Yeah.
I mean, a Thursday night Chargers-Chiefs game, that is fantastic. So we'll talk more about that game as we move on. Zach's right. Becky Hammond showing her coaching ability in the WNBA. Learned it from Pop, and she's got the upstart Aces, virtually an expansion team. One win away from a title.
Upstart Aces.
Hoisting the trophy tonight.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big night.
Cannot wait.
Confetti tonight, possibly.
You're going to write about it in the rounds tomorrow when the website's back up?
Yeah,
Maintenance on the website according to Lunch.
Yeah, my apologies to everyone who,
Yes.
all 91 of you who joined me for the morning rounds every morning at nextroundlive.com. No morning rounds today.
Some guy's holding his coffee cup, scratching his butt. Like,
I don't
where
know.
are them rounds?
I don't know what link to go to this morning.
Baby, did they deliver Dunaway's rounds out front? They ain't on the computer.
Morning rounds? Hell, I was happy with the newspaper.
He's back.
Give me another bourbon,
Buckshot
sweetie.
laughs at his own jokes.
Buckshot Walker.
Buckshot Walker.
All right. So
JT wants to know if LT's got a lock on the WNBA game.
You know what, JT? I might look into
Look
that, man.
at
I
it,
didn't know
Lance.
it was.
Let's
I
go.
didn't know it was a big deal. I didn't know anybody was watching.
That's the finals, Lance.
yeah.
I am amazed though when I do see highlights and how many people show up at those games.
Well, oh, it's a good crowd. I remember the one of the
Kiss cam's interesting.
can't
though.
really call. Well, you can't really call.
I don't know what the hell to do.
You can't call them a big girl because this becomes offensive.
Center.
But they're
center.
they're
Go ahead and
four.
fat shame. It's Thursday at
They're
9:08.
They're 4 or 5 for the Aces. Did roll her ankle in the third quarter of the last game. Had to go
that's
into the
awful.
locker room. Did come back and finish the game, but heavily taped up tonight. So may want to go a little bit with the Connecticut team tonight.
Okay.
You take it right at her early, right, to see how she can handle it?
See if she can roll around. out
Yeah.
there,
So you're saying she's a big one?
she plays in the post.
Okay.
Yeah. She's
one of their bigs.
She's down low. Yeah.
Is she the what was the kid's name on Arkansas? Oliver Robinson? Not Oliver
The Big
Robinson.
O?
Miller?
No, you're
Oliver Miller.
Oliver
Yeah.
Miller. Yeah. A little bit. A little
Okay.
bit. A little bit.
Thalamus McGee.
Good pull there. All right. Part of our show being brought to you by our biggin. That's Greg from Pell City. He'll get up on that roof and make sure your roof is make sure that roof is just perfect. He'll get up there and test it. and see if there's any leaks or anything. And he'll give you a free no-cost roof inspection. In all seriousness, nobody's better than Storm Restoration Roofing and Greg from Pell City. Respected roofing contractor right here in the central Alabama area. We've talked to Greg for years and years, and one thing we get from Greg is customer service. He wants to take care of you. His company's A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. He has the best warranties to take care of you. Insurance companies trust him. He works great with the insurance company, which is going to help you when you need a claim. And if you haven't had that roof inspected in a while, it's probably time to get a free no-cost inspection from Greg. No-cost inspection, no obligation, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531 for that free no-cost inspection, or just go to his Facebook page, Greg from Pell City. Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. Let him keep your roof protecting you. All right. Away from the NFL, and we'll get back into that big game coming up a little bit later on. Just a few betting lines this weekend in college football that I've got to ask you two about just to react, because we got some interesting games, and the betting lines tell me they're a little bit more interesting than I think they should be. For instance, let's start with number 6 Oklahoma and Nebraska. I joked yesterday with Todd Furman about that. Go back and get that podcasted at nextroundlive.com. About this game. They fired their coach, and it goes from 14.5 all the way down to 10. It's at 11 this morning, Oklahoma and Nebraska. Is this forget point spread, because if you're not a gambler, and a lot of us aren't, if you're not a gambler, you just want to, are we going to shake up the snow globe this weekend? Is there a chance that Nebraska in Lincoln can give Oklahoma a loss? Not cover, but can they beat them outright and sort of eliminate Oklahoma from this playoff conversation?
Yeah, I think Nebraska can win this game outright. I really do. Oklahoma's still coming together. Casey Thompson really hasn't been bad for Nebraska. It's been their defense. I mean, they're 124th in total defense. They're giving up almost 500 yards per game. So the defense has got to play much better. And in these situations where you get the fired coach, you get a team galvanizing, it seems like it's easier for the defense to come out, swarm, be opportunistic, force a turnover or two, get that momentum going. You know the crowd's going to be behind this team. Nebraska, they've got some of the best fans in college football. And let's not forget, when this Oklahoma team was much better than Nebraska last year, in Norman, it was a 23-17 final.
That's right. This was a tight game last year. People forget. You know, say a 3-9 Nebraska, all they did was play tight games.
Right. Nobody's better at losing close games than Nebraska.
That's right. That's what they were under Scott Frost anyway. We'll see if the Mickey Joseph interim era is any different. I've tried to watch a little bit of Oklahoma. I don't know that we have a gauge on Oklahoma. I think we kind of know what Nebraska is, honestly. We've seen them play 3 games. They've lost 2 of the 3. They're all close games again. That's all they do again. But I don't know that we know what we have in Oklahoma. I don't know how much you guys have been able to watch them. I've sampled a couple of their games. I'm strangely fascinated with Jeff Lebby.
Yeah, and I watched the first half last week, and it was a disaster of an offensive show. They have not been smooth offensively like we thought they would be.
They have not been. Scored 45 against UTEP, 33 against Kent State. And I would just say under Lincoln Riley, Lance, that Kent State game, it was 33-3. Under Lincoln Riley, it feels like it would have been more 54-14.
Yeah, I would agree. Again, this hasn't come together yet, and I think this is a dangerous spot for Oklahoma. Oklahoma's getting ready for Kansas State next week. That should be a hell of a game. Kansas State's got kind of a tough game this week with Tulane. You know, that's if you're looking at 2 teams that possibly are looking ahead, both in the Big 12, Oklahoma at Nebraska and Kansas State hosting Tulane. Both losable games.
And your upset alert this week, right? Wake Forest and Liberty.
Yeah. No, that was my sneaky good game.
Sneaky good game.
My upset alert was Texas San Antonio playing Texas.
Coming off of a big effort.
Can I go back to one thing real quick on Oklahoma? The one thing that I think can tell a difference, and again, it's Kent State and who was that first game? I said it just a minute ago. Kent State and UTEP, I believe, or whoever it was.
It was UTEP.
So, the level of competition isn't quite there, but they're only giving up 8 points per game. Yeah. And that's what you wonder with Brent Venables. Would this look different? Would they become more of a defensive team in the style that Baylor and Oklahoma State were last year when they played for the Big 12?
Several more of these, if Brown is done doing the Brent Venables coaches show here. I'm kidding with you.
You're never kidding. That's the problem.
You're
never kidding.
You know I love you.
No, you're never kidding.
USC-Fresno State, only 12.5 here. Is there a chance Fresno State can hand USC an L?
Yeah, there is a chance. again, when you watch Jay Kaner play quarterback, Caleb Williams has been great. I mean, he's second QBR right now, 6 touchdowns, no picks. But Hayner's a guy that went in last year. It was one of my favorite games early in the season. I had to use Tommy's Fire Stick to watch it on the Pac-12 Network. Had to go upstairs to watch the ending. But do you guys remember Jay Kaner limping around, final possession against UCLA, beating UCLA?
Yes.
They're not going to be intimidated, man. Jeff Tedford's a hell of a coach. They've got a lot of skill, a lot of speed. And, watching them against Oregon State last weekend, I mean, Oregon State's a good team. And that came right down to the wire. It should have gone to overtime.
Oh, Jonathan Smith.
Yeah.
Loved it.
He rolled him out in a wheelbarrow and said, let's go for it.
And Brian Dable copied him the next day. I mean, I love the bold move that they both made there.
Especially when it works.
When it doesn't work, you got to feel like an idiot. But, boy, when it works, you look like – I mean, you just look like a god.
Got to answer the questions at that point. By the way, Tommy Firestick, if you're watching, just a quick heads up on week 4. Nobody loves Oregon State more than this guy. Mm-hmm. Next Saturday night, week 4 Saturday night, 9:30, Pac-12 Network, USC at Oregon State in Corvallis. He's going to need you, Tommy Firestick.
That's going to be one of the better games of the season in the Pac-12.
I know. And here's the thing. I've already used my 1-week membership. I canceled it like 4 hours before it was about to
for Fubo
charge
TV or
I had to use Jack's email address.
Yep.
So I don't know if I got to use one of y'all's or Layton's this week, but I've used like 4 different email addresses. I'm not getting that ratty subscription because the only thing I watch is 3 USC games
What's
a year.
What's the subscription? How much is it a month?
I don't even know.
It's one of those TV
No, I think
channels,
it's like I think it's expensive compared to a lot of the streaming services. I think it's like $60 a month.
No, it's the equivalent of YouTube TV. You're talking about it starts with an F, right?
Yeah.
Fubo.
No. I'm talking about Pac-12. I mean, I don't guess you have the option of even adding it. You would have to get Fubo TV.
No,
or whatever.
I would do the Pac-12 probably be $12 a month. I'd do that.
Check out that old what's that thing before Mad Men? The Freevee when I'm watching Mad Men on Amazon.
Ding. Yeah, Freevee's not on there. I've got Freevee on the Tommy Fire
What do you
Stick.
get on that?
Mad Men.
Yeah. John says, have you used any of your next round live yet?
Oh yeah. Of course.
Well, he says he can make we can make an unlimited amount. He can go Lance Taylor 1, Lance Taylor 2, Lance Taylor 3.
Look at
I love having an analytical, really intelligent, techie guy back there. We need to create me another one.
By the Pac-12 championship week. Is it Lance Taylor 14 or 13? I can't remember.
Riley and I believe at Fubo is $75 to $80 a month.
Are you kidding me? What do I get on that?
I don't
Everything?
know.
Well, it's like YouTube TV.
I get everything?
I switched to that. It's $66 a month. I get all my channels there.
You get everything you had on DirecTV?
Everything, and it goes into the mid 70s when I add HBO. Yeah.
Do you remember who the spokesman for Fubo was 2 years ago?
Nope.
Wait. It was
one of the best looking men in the world.
Steve Buscemi.
No, for me it was going to be. It was.
Pull the picture, Rocky.
It was the guy that was Fly.
Oh no, it's Danny Trejo.
Danny Trejo.
Oh. Hey, there was a guy.
It was the guy who was the Fly.
It was Texas's punter. Was Danny Trejo?
It was Daniel Trejo.
No, that's his kid.
It is
not. I was about to say, Danny Trejo's punting in this game. Hey, I'm here to punt.
I mean, this guy.
Yeah, Danny Trejo's a good-looking cat, man.
Like, if you saw him in your backyard about midnight, you heard something ruffling around, you saw that?
Dressed to that?
Yeah. But let's be honest, Danny Trejo, if his kid is a punter, it works out perfect because Trejo had sent a lot of people to a coffin corner.
I think Trejo has done time, like legitimately. I think I read that somewhere.
Yeah, I think so too. He's one of those ones that turns his life around.
Yeah.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah.
He was always willing to kill it in the red zone.
No,
wasn't
but
he?
if you were just guessing, would you say he's killed a man?
If I were guessing, yeah. I mean, book by cover.
Probably launched a few bombs.
Quite the best.
It is quite the best.
If I can grow my hair out by Halloween, I might, with Dr. B, I might go Danny Trejo is
Yeah.
A couple more games here in this opening segment. Our first guest is Stan White talking Auburn football at 10, followed up by our buddy Connor O'Gara at 10:25. Connor with a couple of hot takes in the SEC you'll want to hear at 10:25. Connor O'Gara from Saturday Down South coming up. Part of our show being brought to you by Way to Wellness. If you're at that point in your life where maybe you're like, God, my blood pressure isn't right. I'm starting to get some scary numbers there. My cholesterol's high. I've gained more weight than I wanted to this summer. It's sort of been a summer of fun, and you want to lose a little weight, get in shape for next year, or just be in better health. Our friends at Way to Wellness is the way to go here. Leslie and her team, I cannot say anything. I mean, if it's a 5-star rating, I give them 6. That's how good they are. They helped me lose 45 pounds one time, get my blood pressure and cholesterol back in check. And it's not an overstatement when I say they literally saved my life because I was heading in a bad direction, and they helped me get my life back. They've done it with a lot of friends of ours, a lot of viewers and listeners of ours over the years, and they can do it for you too. The website is aplanforme.com. aplanforme.com. You go and check it out right there. They've got no contracts, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation with Leslie is absolutely free. All board-certified members there that work with you as you start that journey to better health. Aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com, and our friends at Way to Wellness. A couple more tricky games really quick. Michigan State, who is highly ranked. I mean, they are number 11 in the country, Brown, and they are an underdog in Seattle against Washington. Not just an underdog. They're a 3.5-point underdog to Washington. It's obvious they could lose this game right here. Are the polls overvaluing Michigan State, or have we undervalued a reworked Washington team that doesn't even make my top 40?
Well, Michael Penix he seems like he's revitalized. We saw the good year a couple of years ago at Indiana, the injuries he battled through. Now he's transferred. He's playing for Kalen DeBoer, who does a great job with quarterbacks. 6 touchdowns, only 1 pick. He's yet to take a sack. And you look on the other side, Michigan State, something's got to give. They lead the FBS with 12 sacks. Right now, Jacoby Windman leads the FBS, 5.5 sacks. Mel Tucker's a guy that I'm going to be wrong on because he finds these players.
Yeah.
He found Kenneth Walker last year. He goes out, transfer portal, works out for him. Michigan State, though, another thing, they were a single-digit underdog 4 times last year. They won all 4 games outright.
Ooh, interesting.
Did they really?
Yeah. Kent State, Portland State for Washington. So none of the Portland State game. They scored 52 in that one. I watched a little bit of that Kent State game. It was the first Thursday night, if memory serves. They were playing Kent State. Like Lance said, they have improved their offense dramatically this year, but you got to consider the opponent as well.
Yeah, BYU also an underdog as they play Bo Nix in Oregon this weekend at Autzen. So 6, 7, 11, and 12 with interesting games in the AP poll as we crank up the weekend of football with an NFL game tonight, and then the colleges take back over tomorrow night with a good Florida State-Louisville game. So we're off and rolling today. Don't forget Bud Light game night tonight down at Mugshots Uptown. We'll be on all our video platforms. You can watch an Ask Us Anything football type show and then other conversations about anything from 5 to 6, and we'll hang out from 6 to 7 to get you ready for the football weekend coming up. So come join us with our friends at Bud Light tonight. Mugshots Uptown. We'll be down there enjoying the good burger and the good beer as well. Part of our show today being brought to you by my friends, our friends at mybookie.ag. A little conversation about the number there, Brownie, at mybookie.ag, getting you rolling into the weekend.
Chargers Chiefs tonight, AFC West game. Then the college football games start Friday night. Get your winning season started at mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag. It is quick and easy to get that double deposit bonus. Here's how it works, up to $1,000. Say you put in $250, you got $500 in your account. You can use your funds to bet on as many games, contests, and props as you want. The way you get that double deposit bonus is by using the code NEXTROUND. That is NEXTROUND. It adds more excitement to the games and sports you love when you use the code NEXTROUND and double your deposit up to $1,000 with mybookie.ag. Week 2 of the NFL, week 3 of college, plenty of time to get into the action. Do not miss out. Start your winning season today exclusively at mybookie.ag. Don't forget that code NEXTROUND.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Love it when we get back to football. As I said tonight, Chargers and Chiefs just after 7 on Prime. Streaming service this evening for you Auburn fans. If you're wondering about Penn State and Auburn this weekend, James Franklin saying Penn State running back Katron Allen limited in practice all week. Didn't even practice at all yesterday, but he says he will play Saturday at Jordan-Hare Stadium. He's part of the rotation in that upgraded Penn State backfield. And a little a sign that maybe Oklahoma and Texas are not coming after all in 2023, that it's destined to be 2024. Georgia went on and filled that Oklahoma slot for next year with a powerhouse game. Hello, Ball State.
Well, I mean, what are you going to do at the last minute?
No, you can't do anything.
But, we discussed it as the show went. I think it became, as you've read it a couple times, the Pete Thamel Report, I think it became abundantly clear it was more about those later games than the 2023 games.
Yeah, the return games. So That's the news there around the SEC as we get ready for a big weekend. What Nick Saban said last night on the podium after a Wednesday practice, after I tell you about the great folks at the Backyard Adventures. Quality 100% cedar playgrounds with lifetime warranties. That's what we're talking about. You know, I've said it a couple of times this week, and you guys know it's true. If you've got young kids, they're at that special age where you can just have a lot of fun playing in the backyard on a wonderful play set, and then they grow up, they're driving, they're with their friends, they're off at college, they get married, they have kids, you get old, and you look back at this moment in time, and you say, man, those were some great memories we made in our backyard. Make those memories special with our friends at Backyard Adventure. Those great playgrounds, they take care of you from the time you buy that playground until the kids get old and you get rid of that playground. Maintenance programs, keeping it looking good. They've got landscaping to make it look great in your backyard. And they do more than just the Backyard Adventure playgrounds. They've also got alley-oop, trampolines, and goal setter basketball goals so you can set up your whole house. BackyardAlabama.com. It'll be the best investment you make with great time with your kids at your own house. BackyardAlabama.com, BackyardAlabama.com, or call them up, 205-408-4FUN, 205-408-4386. One thing that has been consistent about Nick Saban since the time he got off that airplane in Tuscaloosa, you don't go into his news conference and insult the opponent Alabama's playing, no matter who they're playing. He does not like them to be insulted by the media. I mean, his players may hint at it occasionally. He may hint at it occasionally. But you as a media person, you cannot ask a question when you somehow demean or make the opponent Alabama is playing lesser than. It's 100% consistent. Happened last night. Here's Nick Saban on defending the integrity of the game against ULM.
How hard is it to gauge offensive growth when the quality of opponent can vary, with Utah State, Texas, and now ULM this week?
Well, but, that's your opinion on quality of opponent, all right? It's not mine. All right? I respect all the people that we play, and I respect winning and what you have to do to win, all right? So, and every player should not be focused on who they're playing against relative to their motivation, but every player should want to be the best player they can be. So why would it matter whether we're playing Texas or playing somebody else? That's how you get good. That's how you develop the right habits. That's how you're consistent. I've told you guys more than once, when I was in the NFL, I watched players, I didn't know who they were playing against. I was just evaluating them. So that means when we play a team that's not as good as somebody else, you don't play as good. So you let the opponent determine how you play. You let the score determine how you play. You determine where you're playing. All right, that determines how you play. So when you get evaluated, what's somebody think? Oh, this guy plays pretty good at home. I don't think we'll draft him. Does that make sense? So I respect what it takes to win. All right, didn't I say this on Monday? What does what's your favorite in a game mean when you're favored by 20 points and you lose, like two teams did this week? What does it mean? It means the people favoring you either don't know what you're talking about or the players playing got affected by that. Neither one of them are good.
And he's absolutely right.
Yeah,
because
it's the latter, by the way.
Yes. But he's absolutely right. I mean, we're sitting here looking at Oklahoma-Nebraska this week, and one of the reasons we think a really bad Nebraska team has a chance of beating Oklahoma is because they have looked pretty flat at periods of the game against two lesser opponents, against UTEP and Kent State, and their offense has not been Jeff Lebby-esque or what we've expected from Dylan Gabriel. So they have underachieved in those lesser games. So there were some big question marks. And we used the phrase in week one, they went out and beat a team the way they're supposed to beat a team like that.
Yeah.
And great teams do that. Great teams mow teams down. They're always clicking. They're always that motor is just Georgia this past week. I mean, it was 33-0. I'm not even sure they covered. There wasn't even a line.
It was 53.5. Yeah. They decided to in the second half. We're not doing anything else.
Yeah. But that you could tell the way they played that game. You could tell the way they played that game that car was fine-tuned and it was running perfectly and everything was going good. Well, and that's how championship teams look.
Yeah, I mean, and Saban is right. It does you no good to go out and play poorly against a lesser team. I mean, he's right about that. I do find it funny, and the thing that jumped out at me when I first saw this last night when Forrester sent it out was him referencing two 20-point favorites that win. Again, it is so sometimes weird hearing coaches talk point spreads.
Yep.
And the fact that so many times coaches act like I'm in a bubble, I don't even know what happens. He's 100% aware that Notre Dame and Texas A&M were both heavy favorites, and they both lost. Now, I'm sure the Texas A&M one got to his desk pretty quick.
But he was also making a point that Alabama was a 21-point favorite, but we still won our game, but we didn't play well. We still won our game, though. We didn't lose. We still won our game. And by the way, Texas A&M and Notre Dame, big on the recruiting trail right now.
Yep.
And Alabama's out there, too.
But what he said is 100% right. He is absolutely right.
Yeah. Michelson brings us the look ahead today. Stan White, Connor O'Gara, and then Buster Olney at 12 o'clock. Before we get to the phones, tell us about our friends at Michelson.
Yeah, 969-8100. Write the number down. Find out if LASIK is right for you today. Again, I wore the contacts for over a decade. Finally went in 20 years ago. Got screened out. I got the procedure done. Only 12 minutes for both eyes. 2015 vision better than 2020. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100, Michelson Laser Vision. Ask for Amy. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You have zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Make the call today. Dr. Mort Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, the best in the business. For more information, you can always go online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Hey, before we take JD up in Huntsville, can we get the Rockstar cam? Those beautiful T-shirts and models on the nextround.store cam over there. Look at that.
Point at me, Rockstar. Which one's me?
Yeah.
I knew that would happen as soon as it left my mouth. I knew he was going to point at the girl.
Nextround.store, nextround.store, right there on the Rockstar cam. A nice reminder. I can't even describe that if you're only audio with us today. JD is up in Huntsville. JD, rolling into another weekend of college football. You ready, man?
You know it. I'm ready. I've already looked at the games. I look at it every week, and I try to look as soon as the television games come out for the next week. I even look at that to try to plan my Saturdays. But anyway, a better way to ask that question to Nick Saban about the quality of the opponent would just be to simply comment that, Coach, we know you're probably the greatest evaluator of talent that we've ever seen in college football. How many of the La Monroe players did you recruit?
That's a great question.
That is a great way to ask it.
You didn't recruit any of them. So there's a reason why you didn't recruit those players, Coach. Look, it doesn't mean you prepare any different, but what it does mean is, the elephant in the room is, all teams, all players, all coaches are not created equal. There's a great standard at Alabama. You've said it. You got to follow it by treating every team and player as if they are a great team. I get that, but let's don't try to act like every player is just as good as another player.
Well, and I think, Nick Saban wants his team, obviously, to play to a standard, and the standard shouldn't be determined by the team you're playing. The standard should be determined about what you think is the best, right?
What is your goal?
What is my goal? So it shouldn't matter who the team is. I've got to imagine, JD, that's the hardest part about him coaching, is getting players to buy into that, because it's easy to want to play up to the Alabama standard against Texas on the road. Now, they didn't do that, but it's not because they didn't go out and try to do it. It's hard to do it at home against ULM when the crowd is going to be, barely into the game. It's ULM. It's at 3 o'clock. I know I'm on the SEC network. I'm not on CBS. Yeah. It'll be much easier to do it at Arkansas when I'm the CBS game.
I'll give you three great examples, man. Three great examples, JD. One, do I get a little bit more fired up doing our show during football season than I do in July? 100%. Of
course you do.
But you know what's also important? That July show, right? That May show, that June show, not out of football season shows. Those are important too. Number two, I would imagine a pastor gets really pumped up on an Easter or Christmas Eve service, right? I would imagine the pastor's pumped up for those. Those are big sermons. But, every Sunday is an important sermon. Right. For somebody.
That one lost person could be there in the middle of July, right? You got to talk to them.
And I imagine for a surgeon that quadruple bypass or heart. I mean, that's a big day for him.
Oh, I got to take the spleen out.
But my goodness, when I'm in there for an apodectin, I want him dialed in at his A game.
This is his Super Bowl.
No, but if he's working on the president of the United States as opposed to a 77-year-old,
that's right. I want
that laid bricks.
But if I'm on that table, I want him giving me. I want him to give me that effort he does in the Iron Bowl and not the ULM game.
Guys, fear is a great motivator. And you notice with Alabama, when they have a healthy fear or respect for the other team, they just play better.
Generally.
And when they don't, they don't. And you saw what happened to LSU when they went into Texas in 19. They were the national champions, called the greatest team ever. They struggled. They had to get a late touchdown to put that thing away. So it can happen.
Yep. Thank you, JD.
JD's always cup half full, man.
Yep, it's a smart call by him. Kevin wants to know, does Lance get more fired out for shows at the Floribama?
Yo, there's no doubt.
That's his Super Bowl, man.
He's already planning out.
I
Army-Navy game. He's already planning it out.
No, you're right. You weren't in there yesterday. Brown was in there, I think. I was talking to our friend Steve Powers, who does a great job with the whole Floribama, just the operation down there. And we were talking. He's like, he was like, Bulls on the Beach was last week. You know, they had the big rodeo out there.
It was amazing. I watched video.
You guys should have been there. He said, we've got to do more stuff with you guys. And I said, well, we know we're going to be coming down for Army-Navy, but if we could do something before, I'm all about it.
Yeah. Army-Navy is a good next step. And then I say in 2023, we're there every other week.
That might be a little excessive.
You think that might be bold, right, Scott?
Mark.
Oh, my God.
Well, see, they're going to build us a studio at the Floribama.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yep.
That's exactly what they're going to do.
Mark, you're absolutely right. We now call him Lance Allen Coe.
You never even call me by my name.
Oh, my man.
We probably got dinged for that.
Probably so. I don't know. They may not recognize it.
Yeah. Can we get dinged for singing? No.
Rockstar does.
Yeah, you do.
It's more the chords you play, though, right? Than
it's the melody. Yeah, like the D, A, B minor G is like every single song in the world. So you can, but if it's the melody, like that's obviously.
I don't even know what
so
you're
if
saying.
I did some Adele, we'd be in trouble.
I just went full college. I just tuned out, man. You started talking
G.
Latin.
What are you talking about?
Don't Stop Believing, With or Without You.
What
all
is
those
D, A,
songs,
B minor G?
Those are the chord progression.
Oh.
There's like every song you can think of is those chord progression.
Ave Maria.
What is that?
It's a great song.
Listen, chords are not in anymore, but all the fine wear that you do wear to the game, not chords.
Gosh.
Jimmy transition.
Not everything has to be a segue.
Pants Store is there for you, getting ready for the big games this weekend. Temperatures are going to change here shortly, but not next week. It's going to be hotter than hell next week. But this week, it's cool. It's fall-like as we transition. You want to be in the best gear when you head to the local stadium. And you get 5 great locations there in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order anywhere in America. Anywhere in the world. Pantstore.com, or just follow them on social media, Pants Store, at all the social media sites there. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, all the great females shop there at the Pants Store as well, because they have designed game day wear for the woman in your life as well. The Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn. Rockstar's got our 4 downs today. Later, Brown has our Thursday tradition. And don't forget Bud Light game night tonight at Mugshots in Uptown. When we come back, Jimbo Fisher has finally gone under the Sumlin line.
Uh-oh.
Everybody's tweeting this stat when we come back on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time in Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
Fansville.
that little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, onemanandatoolbox.com.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game and a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us. Couple of injury notes for you as we get ready for the weekend. For Florida, they got USF, should be no problem, but linebacker Vontrell Miller and offensive tackle Michael Tarquin will not play this weekend. Jack Miller still dealing with a thumb injury there, so that is a situation to keep an eye on as Florida moves down the road. No timetable on when Miller comes back. They're very productive linebacker there, so that's one injury note. As we get ready for the games this weekend, and that's Precision Sports bringing you that injury update.
Yeah, our friends at Precision Sports, we had Dr. Michael Patterson on yesterday. They just do such a fantastic job throughout the Birmingham area. Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Okay, 2 things on Texas A&M here. and we're not here to pile on Jimbo Fisher, but occasionally that happens on the show. You guys are the best audience in the world, and I would put the number somewhere between 45 and 50 of the number of screenshots I've seen of a tweet of how now Jimbo Fisher has fallen below the Sumlin line.
Yep.
His record is now one game worse than Kevin Sumlin's was at this point. There you see it from our friends at College Football Home. First 50 games at Texas A&M, it's now 35-15, 36-14. He's one game off the pace of Kevin Sumlin, and that's an alarming number for the money he's getting paid. Now, I've seen columnists like Stuart Mandel saying his seat is ice cold. There's no way you can fire Jimbo Fisher with that guaranteed contract. They're not going to pay him $85 million, $90 million to go away. But if Texas A&M doesn't get the quarterback fixed, Brown, pull up their schedule, they have the potential to start off 1-5.
No, their schedule's about to get really tough.
And let me
they're
say
playing
this.
the easy portion.
Yeah, as you pull this, Brown, Kevin Sumlin had so the best year for Jimbo was COVID, 2020.
10-1, and Sumlin had an 11-2 his first year with Manziel.
But that 11-2 with Manziel was a better year. I thought they were the third best team in college football.
I agree completely.
Johnny Manziel won a Heisman Trophy. It was more of a monumental year for Texas A&M fans, and Kevin Sumlin brought them into the conference. So I think it was more difficult, the transition coming in from the Big 12 to the SEC. They've been acclimated to the SEC for a while. Jimbo Fisher has been an SEC guy before. There are zero excuses right now where this program is.
And the alarming thing when you start getting compared to Kevin Sumlin is, especially this deep in your run, I mean, we're a lot of, what was that?
First 50 games for both of them,
yeah. Sumlin finished second in the West the year Lance is talking about. Second in the West, the year they beat Alabama. Do you know he never finished better than fourth in the West after that?
Yeah.
Fourth.
In the West.
And that's it. Yeah,
not fourth in the conference.
That's right,
yeah.
fourth in the West. That's who he's getting compared to, as a guy that after that first year never was better than fourth in the West.
For the guy they fired and paid to go away.
That's right, yeah. And he was 9-4, 8-5, 8-5, 8-5, 7-5. That's what got him fired after that 11-2. Hey, buddy, Jimbo's right on that path right now. Their schedule, they play Miami this weekend, which I occasionally do interviews. Both interviews I've done, Neil McCready, our buddy over in Oxford, and Richard Cross, our buddy that throughout the state of Mississippi, both of them have asked me about this game. A lot of people look at Texas A&M giving Miami 5, and they're like, how in the world is A&M giving anybody points right now?
It's on my sheet. It's my big play sheet.
I mean, LT, what do you think?
I think Texas A&M bounces back. I don't trust Miami yet. Again,
who do you hate more, Jimbo or Mario Cristobal?
No.
My goodness.
I probably would have to go Jimbo there. But Mario still is in year one. Tyler Van Dyke, this will be the toughest defense he's ever gone against.
There's no doubt about that.
And this road, you wonder what the atmosphere is going to be like. I assume it's better that it's an 8 o'clock game to me than a day game. You'll have time for that fan base to really get lubed up.
Yeah.
And I think they'll be going. I think the atmosphere will be great. I think Miami will be overwhelmed. I think A&M will be able to run the football, take a little pressure off of Haynes King.
Good yell practice.
And I've got a feeling that Haynes King will not play bad in this game because of the ability for A-Chain to get out there and put up some numbers.
Could we see Max Johnson? Because Jimbo's being non-committal on who the quarterback is. So a chance there you switch quarterbacks? Woo!
The yell practice, man, they're jokes because, Rockstar, they do like the opponent-specific jokes like Appalachian State. You heard the joke. You loved it. What was it?
It's not even a state.
It's not even a state.
It's awesome.
Can
we come up with a line?
The opponent-specific Miami joke?
Yeah. Is there a chance there's a Miami Vice reference?
I'll tell you what'll be in a Vice. Woo!
Woo!
So bad.
Miami Sound Machine. All right. Arkansas after that. That is a really difficult game. Arkansas favored by what in Dallas?
Oh, and Dunaway pointed out to me, I don't know, I cannot remember the last time A&M and Arkansas played at night. Can you, Brown?
6 bells for this one. I cannot. That's normally a 2:30 CBS game.
Or 11 a.m.
Or right out of game day.
Yep, you're right.
I would say right now, let's just say these things play out. I mean, Arkansas's got Missouri State. Let's say that A&M pops Miami. I think, it's going to be close to a pick, Arkansas -3.
What if Miami beats them? And now we're trending. And then our Arkansas lost. Now we're 1-4.
So you play that one, then you come to Alabama.
So now
no. Sorry. You go to Mississippi State.
So now you're 1-5.
You think they would lose at State?
Yeah, if they've lost the others, yeah. At that point, we're checking the lug nuts on the bus.
Then you're at Alabama.
Yeah, 1-6.
And then you're at South Carolina, which looks like a layup on paper.
1-7.
But I don't know that there are layups for Texas A&M right now. Then you host Ole Miss.
1-8.
Then you host Florida.
1-9.
Then you're at Auburn.
1-10. You can't win in Jordan-Hare.
I mean, this is a brutal stretch of football coming up for them.
Look, I said 8-4 before the season. I would drop that to 7-5 based on the fact that I didn't think they would lose to Appalachian State. We see upsets like this and teams bounce right back, though. I fully expect A&M to play their best game. It would be hard not to of the season on Saturday night against Miami.
Okay, so Jimbo Hader is calling for a Texas A&M resurgence. Woo! Tonight. This weekend. Hemphill, LT will have a lock about tonight's either NFL game or a baseball game a little bit later on. A free play every day at the Lance Taylor. It's brought to you by our friends at Hemphill.
Yeah, hey, look, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. It just happened to all of us up here at the Next Round. The first call we make, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill Services, the ones that we trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Our friends at Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
I agree with TR. We need a Rockstar Midnight Yell. That could be coming soon.
It's coming soon.
We're working it. All right.
Richard D. Hell, they might never win again, huh, Jimmy? I'm a Texas A&M apologist on the show. I'm a
1-9.
I'm a big Aggie. I was just playing a role there, just going through a tough schedule for A&M if they don't get quarterback right. I'd love to know, Richard, do you make a quarterback switch if you're the coach of the Aggies this week? Do you give us a look at what Max Johnson could do with Anias and A-Chain and those talented players on the edge for the Aggies? Love to see that this weekend against Miami. But I'm always SEC over any others. Us against the world, man. Show brought to you by Bud Light. Bud Light game night tonight. We're down at Mugshots in Uptown. When we come back, Stan White talks Auburn football. Big one on the Plains. Here comes the Nittany Lions. Stan White gives us the keys to the game next.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. Hey, Lance Taylor to tell you about my friends at Wayne. Summer is ending, which means fall is here. Fall means football, but don't forget about that yard. My yard is looking fantastic thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Summer ending and lawns soon be heading into dormancy. Yards of the month are made in the fall during proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free, lush lawn next summer. Call 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. First month free on the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Well, I'm looking forward to being at Jordan-Hare this week for that game, 2:30. It is Penn State and Auburn, and a big all-orange out for the fans down there. Penn State coach James Franklin, who's been trying to get his players ready for the Jordan-Hare Stadium atmosphere, saying yesterday that Katron Allen, limited in practice, didn't even practice yesterday, but is expected to play part of that backfield for Penn State, where Penn State remains a slight favorite, a three-point favorite over Auburn as they play this week at 2:30. Let's talk a little Auburn football now.
We'll do that with Stan White. He is the analyst of the Auburn Sports Network. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Stan? How are you?
Good morning, guys. How are you doing?
Doing great, thank you. You have played in a lot of big games as an Auburn quarterback over the years. When it's a name like Penn State, what does that do for a player when it's a historic name, a team you know is coming into Jordan-Hare Stadium like that?
It's pretty awesome. I mean, obviously the atmosphere will be great. You know, we played back in my day. Actually, last weekend, I was listening to the Alabama-Texas game. It reminded me of my sophomore year. We went out to Austin and played Texas and wound up winning a close match out there. But, you know, we played Florida State every year. It was a home and home with us when I was there. Well, my freshman year was the last year we played them in a top 5 matchup, and we wound up winning that. So, yeah, anytime you have a non-conference big game come in, I mean, it raises the stakes because, you know, these people, it's the first time ever a Big Ten team has come to Auburn, I believe. So it's, you know, you want to welcome them in. You want to show them the same atmosphere, the same hospitality they showed us last year in Happy Valley, but you also want to, you know, win the game and everything as well. So yeah, it's just going to be the energy will be there. The atmosphere will be fantastic. And, of course, it's all Auburn, all orange. So I know that's been the talk of a lot this week. So
orange jerseys, Stan. Just go ahead and tell us. You know it, right? Orange jerseys.
Inside track, right?
Yeah. Come on, man. Was that ever a rumor when you played? Were there ever rumors that you guys might come out in the all-orange jerseys?
Not really. Coach Dye, obviously, you know the story about Coach Dye. Didn't really care for the orange. Every once in a while we throw out jokes about it. But, no, you know, it never was very talked about very much. And I'm you know, I am a traditionalist guy. I mean, you know, both, you know, the big schools in this state, Auburn and Alabama, they always have that traditional look, and they always have. And And I'm for that. But I'm also in favor of if they ask me, which they don't. But if they ever ask me, I would be in favor of doing a change up, maybe one time a year, maybe for a charity or a military appreciation or whatever. Because kids, younger student athletes, they love that kind of thing. They like to see a little bit of different swag every once in a while, and it's exciting for them. So I would be in favor of it. And that's not to say I'm up for doing something every single week at all. I would just say in favor of doing it once a year or whatever. But that's not for me to decide. I think Florida, if y'all correct me if I'm wrong, Florida was probably the first team in the SEC back when Tebow and those guys were there, started doing a little bit different uniform and helmet combinations. Am I right about that?
Well, I mean, they did an orange jersey, a blue jersey back in Spurrier's day. But you're right with the whole whiteout, the stormtrooper look, white helmet, white jersey, white pants. I remember them doing that during the Tebow days where they really changed up a different helmet. Yeah.
Yeah. So that didn't affect them from winning a national championship that year. And so I actually kind of like a different look every once in a while. Not like I said, I think I'm biased, no question. I think our uniforms are the best in the country, but I also am a big fan of Penn State's uniforms. I mean, that simple dark navy blue and then their white stormtrooper on the road. I mean, I'm a fan of those as well. But
Stanley, you can't like the Penn State uniform and not like the Alabama uniform then, right?
Well, yeah.
There's probably a color issue there for Stan.
It's a different color.
Okay.
Okay, Stan, it's Thursday, but let's play Freaky Friday. Let's say Eric Kiesau is the analyst in booth. You become the offensive coordinator. How do you handle the quarterback situation? I know you get sick of talking about the quarterback situation. It looks like something that's not going to die down, though.
Yeah, I mean, because both of them have different dynamics, and that's what they bring to the game. Obviously, Robbie Ashford has a little bit more escapability and is a runner, and he also can throw it. He had a poor pass on that interception on the corner route, but he also lends that ability to be able to get outside and make some explosive plays. TJ Finley, after having that, it was a really good play by the defender, but after having that interception, I think he was 12 for 15 with a touchdown, and so he actually showed his ability to be able to run. And he's not a speed demon by any means. He's 6'7", 245, but he also showed the ability to get upfield and get some positive yards. So I would have to have a whole week of game planning if I were calling plays, but I think you're going to see both of them. And clearly, I think what you do is you see a little bit of how Penn State's going to try to attack you. I mean, I don't think there's any question that Auburn's run game, if I'm a defensive coordinator, I go in and say, listen, we're going to stack it, make Auburn throw it, and make them get some separation with the receivers and make the quarterback throw some pinpoint shots at us. And that's the game plan I expect that Auburn will see. Is stacking the box with one extra guy that you can't run the ball. That includes the quarterback being able to run it. So a lot of it, I think, will be dictated on how Penn State comes in and wants to attack. But Auburn will have a game plan, and I think it does help, though, when you have two quarterbacks with a little bit different dynamic, because that makes you study for both of them.
Yeah, can you explain, because I've heard this a couple of times this week, can you explain to the fan how sometimes what happens one Saturday doesn't necessarily carry over to the next Saturday? Because I've gotten a lot of people who are Auburn people who said, man, I was at that game in our first half, man, that just, I just don't know about that. I just don't know. And I'm like, dude, that's last Saturday. That game's over with. Different team, different atmosphere this Saturday. As a player, carry over from one Saturday to the next. I know coaches want you to be on top of your game every week, but is there really a lot of carryover? I mean, that was sort of last Saturday, right?
Yeah, that's it's the last play is the least important one type of mentality. I mean, that's what you got to have, and you go back to, like, for example, Texas A&M. I mean, do you expect Texas A&M to play better against Miami? Yes, exactly. Yes. I mean, there's no question. I mean, if it were the case where you thought, okay, I played poorly in a half or played poorly in one game, then by all respects, Texas A&M should be a 3-touchdown underdog, right?
That's right.
So that yes, the average fan sees, we see, okay, they played poorly for a half. They played poorly for a game. Okay, well, they're going to play poorly the rest of the season. or they played really well, and all of a sudden they should just go out and just kill teams. It just doesn't work that way. If everybody's got different dynamics, everybody's got different personnel matchups. And the one thing, too, is if every team ran the same defense and the same schemes and had the same tendencies, well, you wouldn't have to game plan with different plays every week. You just run the same plays and get better at them, right? So that's the whole thing. Every week is a different challenge. Every week is a different dynamic, a different opportunity, or whatever you want to call it. And so, everybody's personnel matchups may be a little different. Some teams that don't have a huge offensive line or defensive line like a San Jose, they'll take a lot more risks and slant defensive lines one way or another. And sometimes you luck into a sack or a negative play. Sometimes you don't. So clearly Auburn got outplayed in the first half, but they rebounded and won the game. And, of course, people ask me, so, man, that was a tough one, this and this. Auburn's not – they took a step back, and I'm like, well, would you rather be a Notre Dame fan today? Would you rather be a Texas A&M fan or maybe a Nebraska? So, by the way, shout out to my buddy Clay Helton. He and I played at Auburn. He was backup quarterback, and he went up to Nebraska and did a great job up there.
And, boy, he changed the way that they play offense, too, didn't he? He's throwing it around the yard.
Yeah, Georgia Southern, we played them my sophomore year, and we were still – it was the first game of the year. I think we were ranked top 10 or 12. And, heck, at halftime, they were up 17-0 on us. And, of course, we got the biggest chewing of a lifetime by Coach Dye at halftime but they played in a phone booth back then.
Yeah, was Tracy Ham their quarterback back then?
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the quarterback, but I do know they played out of a phone booth. I mean, it was literally option, loaded option, read option, under center. I mean, you could line up all 11 guys within 15 feet of the ball. And, man, they were up. They were just putting it to us, hitting us in the mouth, and we couldn't move the ball. We wound up winning 34, I believe, 17. But it was after a good butt chewing at halftime by Coach Dye.
You heard the sound there. It's time for Stan's Underdog of the Week.
Who are we picking, Stan?
Sounds like you got a coonhound. That is a deep bark there.
Man, I've got two of them. I've got it's a kind of a Beagle Door Australian cattle dog mix, and I got another one that's one of those mountain cur. I mean, so yeah, they're basically porch hound dogs.
Yeah.
Hey, so this defense, I know it's hard to tell with the first two opponents. It was a really good defense last year that only gave up 21 points per game, which is really good in today's college football era. Where are you on Auburn's defense right now?
I like what I see, especially defensive front. Leota and Derek Hall's doing a good job. Marcus Harris had a really good game last week at that tackle position. And what I want to see is obviously as the year goes on, especially when you get into LSU, really Georgia and Alabama's of the world, is that the secondary is going to get challenged. They have a lot of experience back there. But I want to see how that works. They gave up – it was a little bit of smoke and mirrors. They gave up 270-plus yards passing, but they only gave up, 55 rushing yards against San Jose. So, you have to get it somewhere. They just kind of played – they gave up a little bit in front and they stiffened at the end. But if you see – Auburn only gave up, I believe, one touchdown last week. And they held San Jose on first and goal inside the one, held them to a field goal, and I think twice they did that. So their defense is playing well enough to win, and I love Cam Riley. That guy, he's got a Carlos Dansby style body, about 6'5", 225, 230 pounder, and he's been all over the field, done a great job for him this year.
All right, he is Stan White. You'll hear him coming up from Auburn, 11:30 airtime, 2:30 kick on the Auburn Sports Network for Auburn and Penn State Saturday. CBS has the TV. Stan, thank you for the time. It is always fun talking with you. We appreciate it.
My pleasure, guys. Y'all have a great weekend.
All right, buddy, you two take care. Stan with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Stan's still got that quick release, man. He can get off that phone.
He can. It's like he just drops it. It's not even an old school rotary.
Got to get them dogs. Got to get them dogs. Hey, Greystone Chiropractor, right there off Highway 280 on 119, GreystoneChiropractor.com or 981-8090. Dr. Lee helps keep me loose, helps keep my back straightened out. He takes care of my entire family. You can trust him with yours as well at Greystone Chiropractor. Everything from all of that plus the Element Wellness Center, which includes IV vitamin therapy. If you have a lack of energy, you're ill a lot, not ill like you're upset like Dunaway, but you're not feeling well, or if you're not looking your best, also like Dunaway. IV vitamin therapy. I know. It was a lot. IV vitamin therapy can help you out there. You can see more with the Element Wellness Center at Greystone Chiropractic, GreystonChiropractor.com or 981-8090.
I mean, hell, Brown, just go ahead and make my appointment for me. If I need
you
all
ought to go
that.
see Dr. Lee. He's a good dude, man.
All of that there. Would he help my golf swing?
You know what it's right now?
Well, you don't need that right now.
It's right next door. It does help my golf swing. It does. It loosens me up.
So, lifelong best. I mean, I'll take that 74 to the grave. I'll never have a round like that again.
I agree.
I went 85 yesterday. And so 11 strokes worse. Maggie was disappointed.
You played again yesterday?
Yeah.
It's
So
constant.
I was driving home and I was like, 85. And she's like, oh, I'm sorry. And I said, don't sorry. I mean, it was 11 shots worse than my best score ever, but it was only 5 shots worse than my second best score ever. Yep. So it's a moving scale. I was pretty happy with it. Give me cut one, Rockstar. Brian Harsin.
Is this the orange jersey?
Yeah, this was on the SEC teleconference yesterday.
I read it with an inflection that I didn't know if it existed. I was just judging from the way I read it.
God, I hope they do a black jersey or something like that.
Hey, what was your inflection? How'd you read the inflection?
So, I've seen the orange jerseys from the past.
No, the pause. Okay,
let's
see how Brian Harsin actually said it right here.
What are my thoughts on potentially wearing orange jerseys? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah. Would you be into that?
Yeah, I'm not like – I've seen the orange jerseys from the past. And, yeah, I mean, I think that's something that Auburn's done, so it's not too far-fetched. But at the same time, and I also think, too, I think it's something that, that people would be excited about, especially, your younger crowd, I'm sure would be excited about it. So, but you're asking a guy that came from a program that we had probably 25 different combinations of uniforms. So I like the tradition. I really do. I really respect that. I think it's cool. I mean, they're good-looking jerseys. I love our colors. I think we have the best colors in the country. I really do. I love them. And if it was something that we were able to do, that wouldn't be something I'd be against.
No, it's 100% now. They're out in those orange jerseys.
I mean, do you really believe they're going to wear them?
I really have no idea.
No. Can we get Forrester's microphone on? Because Forrester, this morning when we were doing our little podcast, it doesn't air anywhere, over coffee. It's Forrester and Dunaway over coffee. We were sitting talking this morning as the first two guys here. He made an excellent point.
God. I mean, I don't. It's 6:45 or so. I really don't know.
I mean, Forrester, go ahead and tell everybody the smartest thing you've said as an Auburn guy. What is it?
I just think it'd be strange if they're not going to do it. I think they should go ahead and put out what they're going to wear right now, because I think there's going to be some disappointed people at this point if they don't do it.
Yeah.
So he's saying.
So you're saying do the uniform announcement even if it's Navy jerseys?
Wow. No, he said you've got to do it if it's Navy. If you're holding the orange, that's fine. But Forrester, do the impression you did for me. What's the crowd's reaction if they come out the last time from the tunnel and they're in the blue? He said you're going to be able to hear 80,000 fans go, oh.
Well, at least Harsin will have an excuse. Hey, look.
That crowd was dead as hell.
Yeah, if we would have worn their orange jerseys, I'll put this one on me.
Yeah,
I tried to talk him into it.
Now, he said what is a great point. Everybody keeps, holding up these orange jerseys. They happen to come in one of the low points of Auburn's career.
It was Doug Barfield,
It was the Barfield era, which a lot of Auburn fans try to forget often.
Right, as they should.
Except for the great Charlie Trotman, who played for them there, and they had some really good teams there, especially the quarterback position and some running backs there.
Well, we asked the Cowan Equipment poll question yesterday, will Auburn be wearing orange jerseys? 74% said no. 26% said yes. So it was a very low percentage actually are anticipating it.
Yeah, so that's a Cowan Equipment poll question. Taylor will send out some more a little bit later on. And always follow us on social media. For a brief moment yesterday, we had a new podcast that Rockstar was dialed in on.
Yeah, I mean, I stopped what I was doing.
His alerts were popping, literally.
Seriously.
Wait, a new one?
6 to midnight.
Specifically for me? And then she put the tail on the word.
Everything is ruined by
They go
tail.
hand in hand. Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet for sale now. visit Cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Hey, can we go back to the horse and soundbite, Rockstar? I'm sorry. Rockstar's got a billion things going on because I've just thought of this. If you listen to what he says, now this whole orange jersey thing, if you listen to what he says, at first he says, I've seen them, and then it sounds like he almost catches himself. And then he talks about from the past, right? Yeah. But then later on, he mentions how good they look, again, as if I just got done looking at them.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. Well, here's the thing. There is no way Brian Harsin would go back and say, I've seen them. I've never seen the orange jerseys.
You got to look hard to see them. No, you're right about that. What are you laughing at?
You guys sound like the January 6th commission. Y'all breaking down words.
No, but listen to the second time he says
that. That does make sense.
I think he almost tips his hand here. Play it again, Rockstar.
Play it with audio.
How? Oh, no.
Ask him about the orange jerseys.
What are my thoughts on potentially wearing orange jerseys? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Yeah. Would you be into that?
Yeah, I'm not like – I've seen the orange jerseys from the past.
Yeah. But listen to the second time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something that Auburn's done, so it's not too far-fetched. But at the same time, and I also think, too, I think it's something that, that people would be excited about, especially, your younger crowd, I'm sure would be excited about it. So, but you're asking a guy that came from a program that we had probably 25 different combinations of uniforms. So I like the tradition. I really do. I really respect that. I think it's cool. I mean, they're good-looking jerseys. I love our colors.
They're good-looking jerseys. All right, you can kill that, Rockstar. They're good-looking jerseys. I mean,
I've switched. I've flipped.
No. He almost said that like I've been looking at them. They're good-looking jerseys, man.
No, again, there is no way. He's got so much on his plate right now. He is worried about winning football games and keeping his job. He's not going to go back and look at old-school Auburn orange jerseys. I still haven't pulled one on the internet.
Yeah, you can find it. It's hard to find. It is. I mean, like somebody had to do a project and go dig them deep. One of these people that cover Auburn.
I think it's going on now.
Yeah, I mean, the second time is what convinced me when he was like, "They're good-looking jerseys." Really?
Or you can see the entire team running out in the orange jerseys as the banner picture in the morning rounds from Thursday at nextroundlive.com.
Yeah, but I'd have to get on the Next Round Live. Next rounds. What is it?
Dunaway doesn't get here at 5:45 for you not to look at that crowd.
Ashley says schools who do uniform gimmicks lose every time. Georgia's black. Well, you always go to the Georgia blackout. That's not true. Notre Dame started it in '77 and they won the game.
But I think the blackout Georgia did against Auburn was the first one, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was the Soldier Boy game.
Yeah, and then they came back and tried it against Alabama and got their heads beat in.
That's actually the way Daniel Moore painted it. Soldier Boy. The Soldier Boy game.
So what do you think?
I don't give a damn.
I know, but what do you think?
I do not care.
Well, I know. I mean, I know you got a tea time you got to think about it a little bit. But,
there's the way the orange jerseys look. See, I'm more concerned at how shoddy the helmet looked.
Holy crap. Everything looked awful.
I mean, all those stars on the back of the helmet or whatever they were, eagles or tigers.
Hey, Georgia 97 has got a vertical. Look how high that dude is.
No, he 87. Is. But, I mean, you can wear those jerseys as a nightgown.
Yeah.
So, Dunaway, yes or no?
He doesn't care, Lance.
I think, I think they'll wear it. It's an out-of-conference game. I'll go they're wearing orange.
Okay.
I think so.
Yeah, I think we all agree.
But if everybody's in orange, won't it be hard to see our receivers?
Well, you're talking about the crowd in orange and the people in orange?
Yeah, now my guys are running downfield, and I can't even see
Hey, it might help Finley.
Everybody's open. Throw it at him. Throw it to where the blue's not. All right. That's a little Auburn conversation. We'll bring Connor O'Gara in next after Rockstar tells us about his guy. His guy.
Of the almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, Adam Mestre is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you'll make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Chargers and Chiefs tonight, starting the NFL weekend off. And don't forget, you can always go to nextroundlive.com for the latest news and nextround.store to purchase your TNR gear. Back in a moment.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
This college football season, dozens and dozens of teams will vie to become national champions.
But in the end, one team will set themselves apart. Hi, this is Alex Durrence from the Better Business Bureau. And come to think of it, the marketplace is similar to college football. Hundreds of thousands of businesses vie every day to attract customers to their products and services. But in the end, something separates them from the rest: their principles and standards. Here in Central and South Alabama, more than 4,000 businesses go the extra mile and voluntarily hold themselves to higher standards by becoming BBB accredited businesses. Being accredited with BBB means they're honest and transparent, just to name a few. These businesses who go above and beyond support our vision of an ethical marketplace and allow us to educate the public on the penalty flags of fraud. So if you're a consumer looking for a trustworthy business to work with, or you're a business owner that wants to set yourself apart, look for the sign of a better business. Look for BBB at bbb.org.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at UrologyCentersAlabama.com.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
DT with a great tweet to us today. His little guy, John, as he writes in, he's got a picture of John pointing up, watching us on TV today, and says, for a few months on our runs, John has been asking about our radio guys and who is Jim Dunaway. On a sick day, we're getting to watch today. So hi to little John out there who's watching us today for the first time. Looks to be about age I'm going to go 3, age 3. So, John, if you can find your thumbs, hit that thumbs up button. It looks like your thumbs there as you like and subscribe with us today.
And make sure Dad subscribe.
Who is Jim Dunaway?
Yeah, so little John's he's not gonna say Dunaway looks like Michael Keaton. He's gonna go more Caillou.
Why is Caillou talking?
The cartoon you watched for that poor kid.
Caillou's excited about these orange jerseys.
Johnston RV Center brings us Connor O'Gara.
Yeah, we're going to go to the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Don't forget, right now they're closing out those 2023s. 2022 is making room for the 23s, and you can get great deals while they're doing that. Things like travel trailers starting at $139 a month. Fifth wheels starting at just $329 a month. All that with 10% down and approved credit. Seymour I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. JohnstonRVCenter.com. Swing by the Coleman store 9 to 10 Saturday morning. LT, me, we're doing a live show right there getting you ready for college football. Connor O'Gara with us now. Saturday down south on that JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Connor? How are you?
Gentlemen, doing well. I'm still working off some sweat right now. I feel the pain of Florida players who had to play Utah and Kentucky back-to-back at home in the swamp because I just came in from a workout, no big deal. But I'm still, I showered and everything, but the sweat in Florida is a different beast. And for those who don't understand what 120 minutes of football looked like for the Florida Gators against those two teams, I feel like I could explain it to them.
Humble brag or not, Connor talking about working out there. Humble brag or not there?
Full brag. Full brag.
Full brag?
Yes.
Okay. All
It's
right.
the worst kind of sweat, though. The sweat that once you shower comes back.
Oh, it's awful.
It's like you don't get rid of it the rest of the day.
No, it's brutal. And you know what? I've come to expect it. I've lived here for 7+ years now. I mean, it's September. I heard fall is cool. I have yet to experience it down here. Looking forward to it one day maybe. But yeah, it's a different beast. And like I said, I mean, anybody that's had to play football in these conditions knows a thing or two about the sweat and dealing with that and all the cramping. I didn't cramp though, so I guess that's another sick brag for me.
Yeah. So, Connor, I will stick by it. I still think Utah's a good team. I just don't understand how Anthony Richardson can look so good against Utah and then so bad in spots against Kentucky.
LT, let me tell you, it's because there are so many things about Anthony Richardson that make us think superstar, game changer. We've seen these guys in college football come out of nowhere and rise to meteoric heights like an unbelievable amount of time. I mean, if you think about the Cam Newtons, the Johnny Manziels of the world, even Jameis Winston when he explodes onto the scene, and these things can happen quickly. What we often forget is that there are these cases of guys who are still flawed football players. Anthony Richardson is a flawed football player. When everybody was giving him all these ridiculous Cam Newton comparisons after that first start against Utah, a great Utah team that I had going to the college football playoff, might I add, and for all of those things that he was being dubbed as, and this Heisman conversation, all these things, you forget, like, the guy is still learning how to throw the football consistently. He hasn't been asked to do that very much. And we saw against Kentucky, a team that is loaded in the front seven, all the different things that you can do to him to kind of confuse him, to frustrate him. The guy threw an interception every 13 passes last year. And we forgot that just because of the extraordinary things he did in week one. Mark Stoops made those adjustments. That's what he's paid to do. He didn't turn his back on him in single coverage without a spy and let him run for 45 yards for a touchdown like Utah inexplicably did in that game. And we were reminded that these guys are human. Anthony Richardson, despite his superhuman abilities, is indeed human.
I always tell you, Connor O'Gara, hardworking guy, Saturday Down South. Follow him on Twitter. Read their stuff at Saturday Down South. How quick did you turn your Texas A&M Jimbo Fisher hype story around? I mean, by the time it clicked 0, and next time I went to Saturday Down South, it was already there. Hats off to you and LT. Y'all have never bought into Jimbo Fisher at Texas A&M, and you reminded us of that. There you go.
Gentlemen, right here. These are the Jimbo Fisher buyout numbers that I keep on my desk. Yeah, that's an Iowa notepad.
Hey, and I love it. Those numbers are more than Iowa football scoring.
It's the most they've ever seen. Yep.
Exactly. Yeah, Iowa football is desperate for a touchdown right now. I'm pretty sure I would have a better chance calling plays for him than Brian Ferentz. But yeah, those numbers are worth remembering when Jimbo Fisher pukes on his shoes and they can't score an offensive touchdown in the second half against a Group of 5 team. Those numbers are what they are. And he is still owed $86 million. after this year. They were the most overrated team in the country coming into this year. When people like Desmond Howard were picking them to win the national championship, I scratched my head and said, you're just telling me that you haven't watched them play football yet, because this offensive renaissance that they were going to have was based on what? I have no idea, because Haynes King, as intriguing as he was still totally unproven. And we've seen this Jimbo Fisher offense really struggle. They haven't had a top 30 passing offense since Jameis Winston wasn't his quarterback. He hasn't had an all-conference quarterback since Jameis Winston went to the NFL. So all these things that we're talking about with Jimbo Fisher as an elite coach in the sport, that's where this conversation is more interesting. I said coming into the year, give me Mark Stoops over Jimbo Fisher. That has since proven to be right, albeit in a small sample size in 2022. But Jimbo Fisher has a huge game on Saturday night, not for the hot seat conversation, but for, can this guy actually troubleshoot? Because we've got 6-7 years worth of data that says that he can't.
Connor O'Gara is with us at CJ O'Gara on Twitter. Read him at Saturday Down South. Numbers that come off an Iowa notepad frequently end up in his columns, and they are absolutely fantastic. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. That said about Jimbo, I was just reading something that, and we'll get to this, but that labeled this as the biggest game of the Brian Harsin era at Auburn. I don't know that I agree with that.
There's something to be said.
Okay, well,
there's something to be said.
Could you make the same argument then about the Miami game for Jimbo Fisher?
Yeah, but Jimbo Fisher is not getting fired, and Brian Harsin could get fired.
Okay, that's a fair point. Yeah, fair point. Yeah,
$16 million is a little different than $86 million.
Yeah, your notepad is different on the Brian Harsin firing. Yes, there's no doubt.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Brian Harsin numbers are on a Yellowwood notepad.
Look, it's big from this standpoint. It's 3:30 on CBS. Well, at least for those of us in the Eastern time zone. For everybody else, 2:30. You have a program like Penn State. These are the types of games where you've got to win. If you're Brian Harsin, you have to win a couple of these that people don't think that you necessarily should. Now, the odds makers are saying that he shouldn't. There are a lot of people saying that Auburn could win this football game. Auburn could win this football game. You get into that atmosphere and give me James Franklin in a one-score game late, and I'll say, yeah, he's probably going to find a way to blow it. That's what James Franklin does. But I still look at this thing with TJ Finley and I say, man, I just don't think I can buy in. The numbers with TJ Finley throwing 25 pass attempts in a game are bad. I mean, it's like 5.7 yards per attempt. His offenses average 17 points per game. We make too much of the record stuff with quarterbacks, but his teams are 1-5 in those football games, with the lone win being that win that he had against Arkansas in 2020 with LSU. And it was an Arkansas team that was pretty banged up in the front seven. So I look at all those things and I say, can I really trust TJ Finley? I can't. It's a big game for Brian Harsin. Don't get it twisted. And if he finds a way to stand by his guy and his offense looks good, then that will kind of push off a lot of this hot seat talk, at least until SEC play really gets going. And it doesn't get going next week against Mizzou, but it gets going when Georgia is, that Georgia game comes up on the schedule. So it's important in that regard, but I don't necessarily think it's make or break. It's just all about the narrative for these next couple of weeks.
Even with the shaky win in Austin, I think we've all still got Alabama the best team in the SEC West. If I ask you number 2 and number 3 in the SEC West, how would you lay those out?
Arkansas is 2, Mississippi State's 3, and it's really close. It's really close. If you're sleeping on Mississippi State, like literally sleeping because their games have ended really, really late.
That's true, yes.
You could be. Wake up and watch what they're going to do to LSU, because they're going to go into Death Valley. They're going to win that football game this weekend. I know they're favored, so that's not saying that much. But there are people that still don't understand just how good Zach Arnett's 3-3-5 defense is. And it is very relentless. Mississippi State has had this stat out there, and it's really interesting to think about, especially from a betting standpoint. If you're saying home dog, give me those 2.5 points with Brian Kelly and LSU. 17 of their 22 guys, and they're 2 deep on defense, are in year 3 in that system. And it shows. You watch them and the way that they fly around the football. And I know, Jim, you're not a Will Rogers guy. You're not a Will Rogers guy.
Damn it,
That's
Connor,
fine.
you're just blowing my whole mindset on this game, because I thought LSU was going to win it. But you're making great points.
I've been telling him in the offseason, Connor, that this is going to be a dark horse in the SEC.
It is. And I felt like I was highest on Mississippi State at media days by having them at 4th in the division. And now I think I was too low on them, and they could easily be 3rd in the division, because if they have a top 30 defense, which Mike Leach has had one of those during his time as a head coach, who was 2005 Texas Tech, a team that went 9-3. That's a game changer, because they're going to be able to put up some points. I still question kind of what it's going to look like at left tackle without Charles Cross, and they've had some issues there, but only 3 sacks allowed through these first 2 games. Mississippi State is absolutely a team you do not want to play, and they're difficult to game plan because of what they do from a unique standpoint on defense and with how unique it is to prepare for that offense.
God, I used to like you. And now you come in here with facts.
We had a Will Rogers bet, didn't we?
Did we? I don't think we did. I don't think I made a bet with you.
I'm going to bet you were on the winning side.
Yeah. I don't think
It's
we
early.
did.
It's
I don't
early.
think we did. If we did, I mean, I didn't even know what state you lived in until just recently. So we couldn't have a bet because I wouldn't know how to pay it off. So you really think Mississippi State goes into LSU and wins that game? That's interesting. There are some other games around the country that don't involve an SEC team that are intriguing to me. And I know you watch the entire sport. Michigan State, who may, I guess, in your eyes, replace Texas A&M as the most overrated team. They're an underdog at Washington. They're number 11 in the country. How are they an underdog at Washington, who's rebuilding?
Washington is looking good to start. Kalen DeBoer, if you haven't seen him, the former Indiana assistant, reunited with his quarterback, Michael Penix Jr., who, look, I'm an Indiana grad, so I've had some Indiana investment a little bit. I'm not necessarily an Indiana fan by any stretch of the imagination, at least not since my freshman year of college. But I'll be honest, that connection has looked really good so far. And that's why Michigan State is an underdog. Kind of got off to a slow start in that opener against Western Michigan. And I'm kind of looking at that game going like, where's the offensive firepower for this? I don't know if Peyton Thorne is really the guy. We need to see kind of what it looks like against a real quality team when they don't have Kenneth Walker, because that's the big question, I think. But yeah, that was one of those lines that came out. And you're kind of like, oh, well, that's weird. But then it's because it's so weird that you feel like Washington has to be the team to cover and win. Vegas is daring you to take the points from Michigan State, but I think Washington's going to win that game at home.
He is Connor O'Gara. Go follow him on Twitter at CJ O'Gara. Read him at Saturday Down South. You can also read him at Saturday Tradition. Both of those. Follow him on Twitter. Do all of that. Connor, thank you very much for the time. We always appreciate it.
Gentlemen, appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Take care. Connor O'Gara with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And part of our show brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Fall season's coming, at least not in Connor's neighborhood in Orlando, but right here in Birmingham and around everywhere else you're watching, there'll be leaves falling soon and crashing right down there into that gutter unless you get Gutter Cap.
Yeah, hey, look, it's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping that debris out. If you want to eliminate gutter cleaning forever, it's back with a lifetime warranty. Call my good friend Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212. Those leaves are going to be falling the next couple of weeks. The last thing you want to do on the weekend is get that dangerous ladder out. Right now, 45% off the retail price for all of the Next Round viewers and listeners. Call 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
Yeah, Patrick's right. Jimbo could get fired. I mean, those guys are crazy enough to pay $86 million. Now, it would take a lot of you'd have to have really a metal seat in your pants. You know what I mean? Because people would light you up for spending $86 million just to fire a coach and then pay $10 million to hire a new coach. You'd have to eat a lot in the press about spending that kind of money to get rid of somebody.
You would.
But that kind of money for those people isn't that much money.
No, it is not. They could raise that money in a heartbeat. Do they, like you said, do they have the fortitude to spend it
That's right.
that way? I don't know. They could raise it in a heartbeat.
Again, I think they've got to get the right guy.
The worst thing for Jimbo would have been Texas actually winning that game Saturday. If Texas beat Alabama and then all of a sudden Texas is really good and here you are losing to App State and you're struggling a little bit.
But see, I think, Brown, it was enough to where Texas fans now can say, we're not even in the SEC yet, and look what we're doing against the best in the SEC.
But you know,
look at our atmosphere now.
A&M's always got the clapback of, but we actually beat them last year. Good try by you, but we made the field goal at the end, not them last year.
Yeah, but you said we're going to be out of place.
I know.
But we fit right in really nice.
Yeah, if I just asked you guys if those two teams played right now.
Who, Texas and A&M?
Yep.
Is Quinn Ewers healthy?
Yeah, I would take Texas with Quinn Ewers.
I might take Texas with Hudson Card, a healthy Hudson Card. He was not even healthy against Alabama.
Is Jimbo driving the bus? Isn't that what we used to do with Ditka? Is Ditka driving the bus?
Yeah,
I'll take Ditka.
That was the old
the Bears.
I used to love that skit.
Yeah, the guy from Cheers, right?
Yeah, it was George Wendt. Yeah.
Is Ditka driving the bus?
I gotta go with the Bears.
I'll go with the Bears. All right, my bookie gets you ready for this weekend, including a game that starts tonight, Chargers and Chiefs. Can you play that game at mybookie.ag?
Can you ever, Jim? That huge AFC West matchup starts all the football weekend with Thursday night on Amazon. Prepare to win this season with mybookie.ag. Now, some people, they like to bet to earn money. Some people like to bet just to make things more exciting. Either way, mybookie.ag gives you the most for your money with that double deposit bonus. Here's how it works. Up to $1,000. You make a deposit when you use code NEXTROUND. That is NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. And they're going to double that deposit. To claim that bonus, go to mybookie.ag, register, and use the code NEXTROUND. Double up. It is only week 2 of the NFL season. It is only week 3 of the college season, so you have not missed your time to get in on the action. Don't miss out. Start your winning season today. Mybookie.ag. That is mybookie.ag.
How much you need? $86 million? Honey, get your purse. Bring it over here. You got some loose change in there, don't you? We can get rid of that Jimbo guy.
Oh, Buck Walker.
Back in a moment right here on TNR.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Guys, let's talk about the new season. Dove season is here, and the team at Nichols Outfitters is ready to get you ready for the hunt. 12, 20, and 28 gauge shotgun shells are in stock, and all the brands that you trust. Demand is at an all-time high, so we encourage you to drop by soon to stock up for the season. And of course, while you're there, check out our amazing selection of the finest shotguns in one of Alabama's largest showrooms. The staff is excited to be back out on the hunt, so drop by soon. Nichols Outfitters off exit 242 in Pelham or online at nicholsoutfitters.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Back with you on the next round. Hey, good news if you're a gamer. EA Sports is going to actually make it and be released this July. An update from Chris Vanini in The Athletic. EA Sports NCAA College Football. The game is returning 2023, a July release. And that and Madden, the only two games I played. I had a PlayStation from day one. I think it was just PlayStation, and then it became PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3 onward. I think I stopped at PlayStation 4. I don't know what number we're on now. And that was the only two games I ever had. You know, it was either the college football or Madden or both, usually every
Who's
year.
on the cover? I know.
The last one of college football?
Who will be on the cover this summer?
It'll be, if it had been this year, it would have been Bryce Young.
Yep.
And I would still probably bet Bryce Young right now.
No. You don't think it'll be a player that'll still be in college football?
It'll be Caleb Williams.
No, it's always now it's different with the NIL.
With the NIL, they had to do a player that had left so they could pay for his image.
Like the last game was Shoelace.
That's right, yeah, because he had left, so I could pay for his image. But now you could use a prominent player still in the game. You think it'll be Caleb Williams at USC?
If USC continues to play, if they go 8-4, it might be a little bit different. If he continues to play like he's playing and they're relevant and they were to win the Pac-12, I would almost bet it is Caleb Williams.
Could be Arch Manning.
Arch may not even be starting.
He will not start next year.
I mean, you haven't seen him play as a college quarterback yet.
Yeah, but hearing some of the other, recruiting analysts talk about Arch Manning, like he's good, but he's not like Peyton Eli.
It could be Quinn Ewers.
Let's make that a poll question right there, Taylor, if we can. Who will be on the cover of the college football EA Sports? Will it be? Make it Manning or Ewers together, the Texas quarterback. Manning's or Ewers.
Somebody said TJ Finley.
Don't put that one in there.
Put Bryce Young in, put Caleb Williams in, and then leave open other. And leave open other.
Kevin says Will Levis, of course.
Yeah, Will Levis. It would be very popular. He'll be on the Madden cover, says Kevin, because he'll be off to the NFL as a first-round draft pick. Well played by him. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at NASCAR as we race to Talladega.
Oh, Jimmy Dunaway coming up Sunday, October 2nd. You're going to be able to watch that Yellowwood 500 there at Talladega Super Speedway. The weekend starts Friday, September 30th and goes through Sunday, October 2. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com is where you can get your tickets, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, or 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That's 877-GO-TO-DEGA for Talladega Superspeedway tickets. Don't forget the Chase Rice concert, also Bailey Zimmerman. Chase Rice and Bailey Zimmerman on that Saturday night concert.
Bailey Zimmerman's so good.
Oh, is she? What did she sing that you like?
Bailey Zimmerman, I thought was a guy.
What's his name again?
First of all, I thought it was a guy.
Butchering this. He went Chase Bryce at first, quarterback for Happy State.
I fixed mine, though, Lance.
I think Bailey Zimmerman's a guy. No? Yes?
That is a dude.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
See?
So what does he sing?
Something about a beer at the end of the bar.
Yeah.
Beer at the end of the bar is a great song.
Yeah. Rockin' Hard Place is what I see right there.
Yeah, it's a good song, too.
Yeah. Oh, I've heard that song. I like that song. Yeah, so anyway, they're all going to be there. They're all going to be at Talladega Super Speedway.
Yeah, as Michael says, he is great, Brown.
Yes, it's
quite
fantastic.
the soiree going on.
Yes. If you want to win tickets to all of this,
they and them will be all over the stage up there at Talladega.
You can go to nextroundlive.com/Dega, nextroundlive.com/Dega. We've got a question up for you, a NASCAR driver and his favorite football team. If you get it right, you're in the drawing. We'll give Saturday and Sunday away. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
And possibility of 2 correct answers as you answer that question right there. Patrick says Bailey Zimmerman sounds like a Live Tour golfer.
Bailey Zimmerman.
Bailey Zimmerman. All right, here we go. Rockstar's View MA News brought to you by our friends at New Life. Let's get into what Rockstar is watching tonight.
Yeah, our friends at New Life bringing you 40 years of great sports moments from our friend Daniel A. Moore. Again, they've got a different special each and every week for La Monroe. Bama Ship. That is the promo code you put in. Orders of $120 or more. You're going to get that discount. Bama Ship. Put it in. Go to danielmooreart.com.
7 p.m. on Paramount, you got a baseball movie that I actually like, Major League from 1989.
88.
89.
Who's your favorite character in that?
88.
Joe Boo's great. I would say the manager. We had Lou. We had him on the show, and James Gammon was his name. And Kelly Hunter asked him if he was a smoker, and he responded, "Yeah, I smoke."
And I asked him if he actually pissed on that contract.
Tom Berger,
literally.
Charlie Sheen, April 7th, 1989.
There you go.
Okay, you were right.
Okay.
I was
Then HBO, 8 p.m. on HBO 2, I'll get a review from, I think Lunsford saw this, that I haven't heard a lot of flack about, but Elvis with Tom Hanks and Austin Butler. What did you think of it there, Lunsford?
Elvis really isn't my thing. Overall, a pretty good movie. It's more about Tom Hanks' character than it is Elvis, though.
Well, see, yeah, and I'm not interested. And I hate how it was cast. I don't like Baz Luhrmann.
It's very much his style for like the first 30 minutes because they have to montage it up to a certain point, obviously. But after that, it kind of cools down. It's not quite as Baz Luhrmann-ish.
So they focus more on Colonel Tom Parker than they do on Elvis?
Yeah,
Wow.
the movie should be called Colonel Parker, not
interesting.
not Elvis.
That doesn't draw anybody into the box
You know,
office.
it's
not gonna sell as well,
It's a little misleading in the trailer because there's only a little Tom Hanks.
Yeah, no, the whole movie starts with him like on his deathbed, and here, let me tell you my side of Elvis's story, and then ultimately makes you sympathetic for Elvis at the end, but it's all about him and how he viewed Elvis and how he made Elvis.
Oh, okay.
So
our friend Charlie Vitella, we know he's a straight shooter. You guys agree?
Yeah, straight shooting son of a gun.
He says the Elvis movie was horrible.
Okay. I've heard that. I've
heard both.
I've not talked to many people that like it. Yeah.
The trailer had just a little bit of Tom Hanks in there, or the way Rita Wilson has spent her whole marriage. Just a little bit of Tom Hanks.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
I don't know why, Rockstar.
They got Colin. They got the rapper Chet.
And he had to Google to see who Rita Wilson was.
There's no way
he did not
knew
know
Rita
he was
Wilson
married to
was.
Rita Wilson.
Rita Wilson, who was in
Oh, he doesn't know this.
Goonies.
Sleepless in Seattle. Then 8 p.m. on Vice, a new series, Land of Giants, The Titans of Tech. Tonight, there's the premiere episode. The first one is going to be about Apple's products and how they've rewired people's brains and remade society. This is the story of how Steve Jobs took the company to new heights and died an icon.
He did.
You excited about the USFL? Well, yeah.
Very much Major League tribute there from Brown. They don't call him the best color man in the business for nothing.
He died an icon.
I didn't react either.
He did.
Well, it didn't interest me at all. I'm not going to watch that.
He really hit that one out of the park.
I will
didn't he,
tell
Brown?
you, I'm
He
all
did.
in on the stream tonight with Chargers and Chiefs.
That was you got it dialed up, ready to go? Yeah, that's where you get Mad Men, right?
Yeah,
So you're good.
Yeah. So I've already got a Tommy Fire Six got me dialed in.
Good.
Looking
All right.
forward to that.
Game time.
She was also in Joe versus the Volcano, apparently.
No, that was
Meg Ryan.
Hey,
Okay.
you know,
She didn't have a bit part.
She may have had. She's a bit actress.
You know, the interesting thing, the games like this will be shown over the air in Kansas City and in L.A.
Yeah.
It will not be on Amazon. It'll be on the over the air. I think, I can't remember which network would have the rights. Which
This
local
one would
network?
be the AFC rights, which are usually on CBS.
Yeah, so the local CBS affiliate in those markets will get to show it, and they'll be well ahead of play for whatever that's worth.
And I was going to ask you
They're
guys
well ahead of
this,
what we see on
because
stream.
I think you brought it up. It was your sneaky good game, South Alabama and UCLA's on the Pac-12 network. And I was talking to Leighton, my daughter, who's a freshman at South Alabama. And I said, I wonder how you guys are going to be able to watch that. And she said there's a watch party. So do you think the university sets it up?
Maybe so, yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Or they haven't discovered it's on the Pac-12 network yet. Yeah, sure, it'll be on. They're playing UCLA.
Yeah, we're all going to go to the arena. They'll be like, we don't get the Pac-12 network.
Everybody's just eating Little Caesars watching.
Listen to the radio broadcast. All right, that's what Rockstar is watching. Top of the hour here. When we come back, we will get into Brownie's Tradition today. It's Thursday Tradition Day. Later, Buster Olney and Rockstar. But back to Texas A&M as well when we come back. A little sign that that times may be changing when it comes to recruiting at Texas A&M. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Nichols Outfitters Brownie.
Jimmy Dunaway, Nichols Outfitter still has that fishing department cranking for you. That's kind of a play on words, crank lure. It's cranking for you. You could go see all the brands they've got there. People are loving this thing. If you haven't been, you need to go see it if you're a big fisherman or woman. Ducket Fishing, 13 Fishing, Rapala Lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa Fishing, Sixth Sense Fishing, Find them all at the still new Nichols Outfitters Fishing Department, exit 242 off I-65 in Pelham, online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey guys, football season's here, and you know you're going to spend a lot of Saturdays and Sundays watching the games. So go ahead and make the call to Blakely's Bouquets. And when it comes time for those special occasions like homecoming or fall formals, Blakely's is the answer too. Trust me when I tell you that Blakely's will go above and beyond with unique custom designs. Order ahead or get speedy same-day deliveries at Blakely'sBouquets.com. That's Blakely'sBouquets.com, or better yet, stop by the store on Oxmoor Road in downtown Homewood. Blakely's Bouquets. There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham. Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels, drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation, from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at CrockerMovingServices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, CrockerMovingServices.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Halfway through the show as we roll forward today, still to come 1 hour from now, Buster Olney will be with us. His weekly visit brought to us by our friends at ATIX. He'll jump in with us and talk a little baseball as we get down to crunch time, and those home run chases by Pujols and by Aaron Judge still very interesting. We'll talk to Buster about that coming up.
I stumbled across Milwaukee St. Louis last night on FS1. Really had no interest in the game, but it was when Pujols came up. Those at-bats are electric.
Oh,
man.
they are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everybody stands.
I
plays
just
his
can't
tag.
believe how well he is playing right now at his age.
So what is
I
he?
thought he was done 2 years ago.
Is he
498,
fourth all time?
698, right?
Fourth all time on the home run list?
That sounds right, yeah.
I think he's too short of 700.
Yeah, so he can get a couple more to get to 700, which he's fourth all time. And there's Bonds, there's Ruth. There's Bonds, Aaron, and Ruth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So and now Pujols. So we'll see how high he can get and see what he can do in these final 20 games.
Was 20? Is that what they have left? Yeah,
about 20 games.
I mean, gosh, 2 home runs in 20 games. You would think he could easily get that.
Don't jinx it, man. Don't jinx it. We'll talk to Buster coming up in a moment. Don't forget Bud Light game night. Tonight we're at Mugshots in Uptown. Mugshots at Uptown. So come by and hang out with us. Watch us on the video platform 5 to 6. Ask us anything. But if you're there, maybe we'll ask you a question during the show. If not, hang out with us after that. We're there until 7 o'clock. 5 to 7 tonight. Bud Light game night. Mugshots Uptown. We're somewhere every Thursday night with our friends at Bud Light. This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champies. More on Champies in a second. Before we get to the phones, Trevon Reed of Auburn thinks that the Tigers this weekend will set the record inside Jordan-Hare Stadium for the decibel meter reading.
I would be surprised at that. I've been to some Iron Bowls that have been pretty loud, some Georgia games.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
LSU
Ole Miss at
games.
night.
Yeah, I'd be surprised.
Night game, It's, a 2:30 is not going to do it against Penn State.
Takes a night game or an Iron Bowl game to do that. But
He let them come out in them orange jerseys.
Yeah, that may be what he's hinting at. That may be what he's hinting at there, coming out in that orange.
Everything's a hint about the orange jerseys now, isn't it?
Absolutely. All right. Before we get to Jeff and Anniston, Champy's Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Wonderful folks right there. Champy's brings us this entire hour, but he's also bringing the Jeff from Anniston phone call today. Jeff would love Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster because it has a great menu. You can go po' boys. You can go chicken fingers that Sterling cuts up himself. Big, huge chicken fingers. The great chicken, fried chicken plates. Just so much. Great chicken sandwich, the wonderful sides, specially made desserts. Your home for Blues, Brews, and Bird. It is champyschecken.com, and they can handle your tailgate or your office party. Let's do the phones.
Jeff in Anniston. What is up, Jeff?
What it is and what it shall be.
Indeed.
You're right. I think I would love me some Champy, especially right about now. I wish there was one near.
I'm trying to think of, there's nothing in Anniston that is quite like Champy's. I was going to try to give you something that's like that over in Anniston, but I can't think of anything.
It's nothing like Champy's anywhere in the world, Brown. Champyschecken.com. If we paid your Uber back and forth.
Wow. That'd be
How much would that cost us?
But I could probably raise a chicken from an egg and cook it for cheaper than that.
I bet somebody bring you from Anniston for $100, maybe $200.
So $200 round trip if we drove Jeff to Champy's? Okay.
That's some good ass chicken there. I tell you, I'm gonna eat every bit of it.
Jeff says, "Just send me $100 and I'll just stay here and have a Lunchable."
And you know, I read about the evils of drinking, so I gave up reading. You know, but Rocky needs a little rim shot there. You know, old Ben Affleck's traveled in some tall cotton through the years. I mean, he hadn't had maybe the quantity of a lot, but as far as A-listers, man, it's hard to beat.
Of the women he has dated?
Yeah.
He has, yes.
Is he better than Derek Jeter?
I don't know about that.
But, I mean, as far as celebrities, he's Jennifer Garner he was married to. He's now dating Jenny from the Block.
Yeah, J-Lo.
He's fixing to marry her, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, they are married.
They are married.
Yeah, I don't know who else, though.
I will look at
Jeter is Mila Kunis, Hannah Davis,
Minka
That
Kelly.
Hannah one, that's
the one
one.
that's the one he married.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think he's had every Jessica, Alba, Bill.
Yeah, I gave him Mila Kunis. He didn't have Mila Kunis.
No,
yeah.
they probably did.
Saw Daredevil the other night. That's what made Jennifer look. That's when she was at her tops, boy. I tell you. But I bet J-Lo's a handful. But
you think she's high maintenance?
I think she might be. She's a handful in more ways than one. Who would you think was hotter in their prime? Kirstie Alley? I mean, their absolute prime. And y'all might be too young to remember one of them's prime. But Kirstie Alley or Sally Struthers?
Was Kirstie Alley's prime Cheers?
Yeah, somewhere in there. Maybe a little before.
A little bit before. I think Kirstie Alley, was she not in the do you remember the miniseries North and South with Patrick Duffy and Patrick Swayze?
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, I think that was her height. And Sally Struthers, I just remember her and the infomercials for starving kids.
You know, but the early days of All in the Family, I mean, a girl could wear some jeans now. She could fill out some jeans.
I was trying to figure out who Sally Struthers was.
Just a different way.
That's true.
She's the blonde from All in the Family.
Okay. She was Archie Bunker's daughter, and she was married to Meathead.
I remember that now, yes.
And, you know, if you walked on the moon, there's probably nobody at any bar or party that can ever top your stories.
Zero
doubt.
doubt.
If they're real. I mean, LT and Barkley might have some that rival it, but not top walking on the moon.
Yeah, I don't have anything. I've got some crazy stories that still a lot of people don't know about. I think I told these guys that one time in a Mystery Fifth Hour.
Yeah.
You know, the older I get, the more I unleash. But I could blow some people away with some stories, but not walking on a moon.
I could just see Jim get back. To be honest, I was a little disappointed in walking on the moon.
Not really enough gravity. I expected more gravity.
I mean, it really is going to be smaller than I think, I guarantee you.
Yeah, not the view you would think either.
But, you know, walking on the moon, that reminds me of that old Police video. One of the very first videos I've ever seen, music videos. And it was pre-MTV days, and they always did it. They'd play Video Killed the Radio Star.
Yep.
And there was this one song by a group called Pearl Harbor and the Explosions called Driving.
Oh, my.
And it was terrible.
Band name, yes.
Terrible song, too, but I remember it vividly because it got played like 3 or 4 times an hour because that show, that's all they had was a few videos.
That's right. They only had a great idea. Let's do this video network. And they started off and they're like, we've only got a few videos.
That's we don't really have enough to fill this, do we?
Hey, Jeff Patrick in our chat room's got a good idea. If we brought you in town, we'll bring Champies in, would you do a Mystery Fifth Hour with us?
Oh, man. Down the road, right now I'm having little foot issues.
Oh, no.
And I'm having to wear this boot and everything. Yeah, and it's kind of clumsy and everything.
But, Jeff, now,
what if we don't look below your eyes? We only look at you in the eyes.
I know Brown doesn't want to see you. We'll go unknown comic on you. We'll put a brown paper bag on you.
I just like the mystery of Jeff.
Sound like my date.
I do want to meet Jeff one day, but I'm torn because I like the mystery of Jeff.
I think it'd be awesome if he went unknown comic with a brown sack on his head, eyes cut out, and did Mystery Fifth Hour.
We could do a Zoom interview with him, and he could wear the Phantom of the Opera mask or something like that.
Yeah, why don't we just all wear a mask like Eyes Wide Shut?
Or turn the lights off and just see what happens.
That away.
Yeah, I'm going to get up there and see y'all one day. I really am.
Well, please do. You're always welcome.
I'd love to. Now, you might have to, give me a ride to the hotel or something. But
we can handle that. Not a problem.
But speaking of which, better career, Queen Elizabeth or Neil Armstrong?
I think the Queen.
Oh, come on.
No,
I mean, caught in a moment here, but
I mean,
it's
no.
Neil Armstrong.
First man that walked on the moon.
But somebody was going to do it.
Who? Well, somebody's going to be queen.
Somebody's got to have
but to have the longevity that she had.
Went through like 14 presidents.
I mean, she
had
people
get old.
She had servants,
Yeah.
and she had
Yeah,
people that prepared her meals. This guy had to have the balls to sit on a rocket and go to the moon.
Yeah.
Poll
That's
question.
right.
Cowan poll question.
All right,
Who
do it,
Queen?
do it, Taylor. Better career, Queen Elizabeth or Neil Armstrong?
It's Neil
And
Armstrong.
Neil saved the mission. He saved the mission.
Right.
He was the only one that probably would have saved
He
the
had to
mission.
manually land. It all screwed up on him.
That's right.
And he had to manually
Fuel
land.
almost ran out.
Yeah, they almost ran out of gas.
Yeah. I mean,
there's also a term, God save the Queen.
Yeah, but if they'd gone 3 more seconds of burn, they wouldn't have had enough to look
Right.
back off and get back
They
to
were
the
in trouble.
capsule. And by the way, I don't know if you know this, Lance.
Well, are y'all going to kill me for treason now?
Yeah, all I know is
you went with a Brit.
Yeah, and I know Maggie's not listening right now. She had plans at 11, so I can go against the Queen here. Nobody had ever landed on the moon, so they really didn't know if that thing could take back off and get back
That's
to
right. Yeah, they could have been stranded up there forever.
They had to build that film studio from scratch, Lance.
Hey, now Jeremy says perspective. Queen Elizabeth was queen for 28.5% of our country's existence.
Yeah. Okay,
Correct.
she's
But
old.
what
What
did
does
she
she
do?
do?
She's the queen.
A lot of people doesn't impress me.
Yeah. No, but being the queen, there's a little pressure with that.
No, there's not.
Oh,
Two
easiest for dinners and shit.
Two easiest jobs in the world. Two easiest jobs in the world.
Yeah.
Queen of
Sit out there and
England,
wait.
NFL commissioner. Two easiest jobs in the world.
I'll give you the NFL commissioner.
I mean, what did she really do, Lance, on the day-to-day that impresses you, the Queen?
I mean, she was impressive during World War II and all
Okay,
that. This
yeah,
cat
but
walked on the moon first.
What did she do during World War
There's
II?
only one of him.
We saved the world in World War II, we being
Well,
this
she
country.
stayed. Well, I understand that. But she stayed there. She could have ran, but she stayed there and helped with the war effort and all that. I mean, I'm not going to down the gal.
No, I'm not
And I bet for 95 years, which is amazing, I bet she never folded a shirt. I bet she never cooked a meal.
Oh,
no. I don't think there's any doubt about that, yeah.
No.
That's what puts her over the top for you.
Yeah.
Maybe.
You know, you walked on the moon, but that old lady over there
She never had to make her own meal.
Now I'll be honest with you. I think our new employees up here would disagree with us. Brittany and Kelly would probably go Queen of England, but I'm going to go Neil Armstrong.
Of course. The females go wild for that stuff.
Yeah, next round cocktail hour available now.
Would say, is baseball going to be the only team sport that dictates how you have to play defense?
I mean, that's pretty wild, yeah. I mentioned
crazy.
I mentioned I was watching that game last night, and they were covering the fact that you got to have 2 feet in the dirt. You can't have two guys, or you can't have three guys to the right of second base.
But on offense in football, you got to have a certain number of people on the line of scrimmage.
You do, and you got to be on
On
one side.
offense, I said defense. Defense, nobody tells. NBA somewhat,
You
but
gotta
they
be on
kind of
side.
even lax on it.
And for most of the time in the NBA, for a long period of my life, you had to play man-to-man. You could not play zone.
Yeah, but Jeff's right. In football, I can have one guy on the line of scrimmage. I can have 11 guys on the line of scrimmage.
Yeah,
It does
you
not
can do
matter.
what defense you ought to be. I mean, baseball players, pro hitters should punish the team that shits on them. They should be good enough.
I kind of agree with
They
Jeff.
should be, yes. And I'm not against, I'm not arguing that you're not correct there. You should be able to lay down a bunt or hit opposite field, go oppo on them and all that stuff. You
So
should
you-
be able to do that.
You just couldn't say I was right. You had to,
No,
you had to
no.
say, I'm going to argue that you're
I'm
not
just saying,
correct.
we keep changing how we play defense in football. You can't be as you can't chuck a receiver like
yeah, but
you
you
used
don't
to.
tell them how they have to line up.
Yeah, now you're just fine printing me now. I'm just telling you, we do tell people in other sports how they can play defense.
I hate the shift. Hate it.
Yeah, I do. I mean, to me, you should be able to punish it, though, instead of telling defense they can't do it. To me, you ought to be able to put 7 people on one side of the field if you want to. All right, here's my Bama rant before I ask y'all get to my last couple of things. Bama's O-line is going to be a problem, as I said last week. And please put the wide receiver screen back in the playbook. Don't call anymore. Receivers can't block, nor they can't beat anybody one-on-one.
Well, wait. These receivers can't block so far. Maybe they can get better at it, but don't say that to John Mechie and those guys who were here before that. Those guys could block.
But I was a little surprised. I was a little surprised they didn't come back to that, because that very first one they ran, the safety was biting as soon as Bryce Young looked over there, and he blew that play up. And I just could not believe they didn't come back to it and release the front receiver down the field. He's
Double
wide
move.
open. Yeah.
And what happened to our pistol formation? That, to me, used to be our best shotgun run formation, and I hadn't seen it all year, maybe not last year.
Yeah, probably not since who was the running back after Derrick Henry got hurt in the national championship?
Bo
game?
Scarborough.
Man.
Yeah.
I'd rather put Milrow in on obvious run situations than run that deep shotgun side handoff shit. That's just idiotic.
I'm with you, Jeff.
And I agree with the caller earlier this week that we seem to be better when we go fast. And, hell, we're supposed to be 2-3 deep on defense, so let's pressure them. I mean, we may score, like Brown said, too quick to rest the defense, but I think we're supposed to be deep. And, hell, let's be aggressive. And our D needs to get more aggressive on blitzes. I know we're supposed to be able to put pressure on without it, but apparently we can't when teams play, keep everybody in. So you give any quality Power 5 quarterback time, he's going to make you pay. So you got to. And I guess everybody was wrong about the Brockmeyer boys, right?
Guess so.
Yeah, seems that way.
Don't guess we're going to see them on the field. Yeah.
Okay, there's my rant. All right, more surprised than Notre Dame 0-2 or Scott Frost fired before October?
Notre Dame. Well, I mean, Notre Dame 0-2 because Marshall's in there.
Yep.
But nobody thought they would pay the full load on Scott Frost either.
Next to Georgia, which team has looked the most impressive to you this year?
Let me look at my list here. Georgia definitely. Michigan's been hard to tell, but Michigan's looked the part.
Nobody, though.
Yeah, they haven't. USC has looked the part.
They've played nobody. Well, Stanford's
and Arkansas.
Not nobody.
I mean, Arkansas has looked the part, too.
Yeah, I think I would probably go USC, honestly.
Yeah, I'd go Georgia, Michigan, USC, and Arkansas.
If Michigan had played a Pulse, I mean, even Arkansas struggled with Cincinnati. They struggled, and I know it's a top 25 team.
But how good is Cincinnati?
I don't know.
Cincinnati's good. I think Cincinnati.
I don't know. I mean, how good are any of these teams?
It's hard to name another team that's really been super impressive.
Michigan has been dominant, but they have literally played two awful football teams.
Yeah, we won't find out about them for a while.
Well, I'll tell you, if BYU goes into Autzen and beats Oregon this week, and I don't think Oregon's good, BYU will be a top 10 team, and for them, without their two top receivers and to only rush for 83 yards against Baylor and still win that game, BYU is one of those teams you got to take a look at.
And can you believe Army threw for over 300 yards in their game?
I cannot. I've never seen that. I think they were like 13 of 18. They were efficient in doing it. Yeah.
23 yards a catch.
Yeah, that's crazy.
What team has surprised you the most for the good or the bad this year?
Probably A&M for the bad.
Or Notre Dame for the bad.
I just didn't know A&M.
I can't say that. Notre Dame had a quality loss.
Yeah, the way A&M has played and lost just surprised me.
And Duke maybe for the best.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, give Mike Elko some credit.
And there's not a lot of purple on Dunaway's sheet this week, but I was a little surprised Texas and Texas San Antonio wasn't purple.
Why is it not purple, Jim? Why is that not other good game?
Because Texas just lost. And UTSA is not a Power 5.
Okay. Yeah. Jimmy Snob.
Here's I said 6. I'm going to quit doing the stupid. All right. And Dunaway went 4-2. Brown and LT 3-3. And I brought up the rear again at 2-4.
All right. We're just picking straight up winner, right?
Straight up winner.
Right. Yeah, straight up. SMU, Maryland.
SMU.
I'll take Maryland.
I'll take Maryland.
I got Maryland. BYU, Oregon.
I'm going to take Oregon.
I'm going to take
Lance, is
Oregon.
Romney play? Do you know if Romney's playing?
I'm going to take Oregon.
Yeah, I'm
going
Oregon
out again. I'm going to take BYU.
I took BYU. Penn State, Auburn.
I'll take Auburn.
Me too.
I'm going to take Penn State.
I'm going to take Auburn.
#WD.
Mississippi State, LSU.
Mississippi State.
LSU.
I'll go State.
I got State. Michigan State, Washington.
Give me Michigan State.
I'll take Washington.
Give me Washington.
I got Michigan State. And last one, Miami and A&M.
A&M.
Give me A&M.
I got A&M.
Whoop, crap. I accidentally hung up on Jeff. He had A&M.
Bye, Jeff. I appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, man. Thank you, Jeff.
Jeff, thanks for the phone call
the old
there.
Stan White.
Jeff brought to you in part today by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place to go to school, Montevallo can be that place for your son or daughter. Check them out in person. Hang on, don't go too far. Check that out. Check them out in person. The University of Montevallo, montevallo.edu. Schedule that in-person tour. Find out why Montevallo is a great place to go to school because of the class sizes, 14-to-1 student-professor ratio, the athletics, 21 fully funded NCAA scholarship sports, and a lot more. Schedule that in-person tour and find out more, montevallo.edu. I did want to bring up a thing here that I was telling you about, how the recruiting thing can be fickle. What was Texas A&M last year? Number one in recruiting.
Number one in the country.
You told us where they were yesterday.
Yeah.
They thought they were on the right side of flipping 5-star running back Reuben Owens.
Right. Where's he from?
He's from right there in Texas, El Campo, Texas.
El Campo?
He has been a long-time verbal commit to Louisville, which is weird, but we all, when it happened, said that's Adidas NIL money. But who's got money? The Texas schools do.
Buckshot Walker.
Oklahoma, Texas, Texas A&M, and A&M people really thought Reuben Owens was starting to lean their way. After what happened last week, what did Reuben Owens announce last night?
His
I am not going to the game this weekend. He was supposed to go to
Texas
Kyle
A&M
Field, Miami, and Texas A&M
Jeez.
on a visit, and it was supposed to be, turn it on for this 5-star running back from El Campo, Texas. He says, not going to Texas A&M.
Hey, I'm telling you, a loss like that, I mean, that's one of those things that will jump out because then you start to talk to other people and they start to hear the noise about there's a chance Jimbo Fisher's not going to be there. Well, who's my coach going to be? What's this offense going to look like? Is Jimbo going to be there? Am I going to be playing in an offense
Can I
that
look
looks like
good
that?
running the football as a 5-star running back in his conservative offense?
Mr. Walker, you asked me to check on what Ruben Owens, the running back at El Campo, would need to come here. He's actually not even coming to the Miami game.
That man's not even going to come on campus? Well, hot damn. What is Jimbo doing? Is he on one of his ranches? Get him on the horn for me. Sweetie, dial up Jimbo. The special number we have for Jimbo. Yeah. There's always a honey or a sweetie.
Always.
Off to the side.
Sugar tits.
For him. Sugar tits is a good one.
Sorry, Mom.
Sorry, Mom. All right, LT, part of the show today is being brought to you by your guy, the reason you hung around, our man, Dr. B.
Oh, yes.
Hair, my gosh.
Watch out. Hey, with age for most, unfortunately, comes a little hair loss. When it started to happen to me last year, I asked around, everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy I need to call. I set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It is cutting edge, and Dr. B, the only one in Alabama that offers it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting, went over the options, chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. Dr. Beckenstein, for more than 20 years, women and men have turned to him for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Life financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
And who is a long-time
last night,
Tigers catcher.
Adam Wainwright and Yadier Molina did their 325th game together as a battery, and they broke a record of a Tiger duo, and Dunaway's trying to guess, and he actually got the first half.
Yeah, that's the only long-time pitcher I can name, Mickey Lolich. And their long-time catcher, I'm going to say.
This was from 63 to 75.
So I would have had his baseball card at some point, trying to think back.
His
Rick
first
Dempsey was an Oriole.
His first name is Bill.
Oh, don't make it too easy.
Well, then guess it if I made it too easy.
Bill.
Billy.
William.
Billy.
Will Clark. Was he Walker? Was he related to
Buckshot Walker?
Buckshot? No.
Catcher. Hell, son.
Back in my day, we just threw it against the barn. Bill. Sweetie, head out of that barn and get me a baseball.
He aggressively smokes a cigarette.
Every ounce of that tobacco.
I'm going to say that my friend was Bill.
Just give me a name, please. You're not going to get it.
Yeah,
Just say a name. It's Bill Freehand.
Oh,
you weren't going to get that.
I did have I would never remembered Freehand. Part of the show brought to you by our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. It is so hard for me to go from my Texas booster to my Spanish here.
Who needs bourbon?
You can have tequila.
What the hell did that boy just say?
Maestro, give me the tequila.
They take the extra añejo, and the reposado, and they blend it together.
I've met a few anejos in my life.
They take those 3 blends of tequila, they age it in the new European oak barrels, and double filter it to remove the color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal clear in appearance and smooth and crisp on the finish. It is the Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. Right now, every one of you need to go get a Maestro Dobel Diamante tequila.
Did we pour you one?
Not today, LT. Not today. Maybe tomorrow. We got a show to do. Got a lot to do today.
A lot to get done here.
A lot to get done.
Tonight, we're going to be down at Uptown, Mugshots, Bud Light Game Night. I mean, so much to get done.
A lot of specials, 5 to 7.
Yes,
Be fun.
good.
Yeah.
Grief, yes.
All right. Time, good filler there, guys. Let's do trash
problem,
now.
Jeff.
Hit it, Rockstar.
What is the obsession
conversation with Mel.
They're more experienced. They are an underserviced community, I'd like to say, and they deserve more attention. So I thought that I'd be the one, and I've noticed that people really have started giving males more attention.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, fumbling through today's housing market alone is a bad play. That's why you should team up with the right lender. And our friends at Mortgage Right created their Lock and Shop program to help you score big in home ownership. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. These days, homes are still selling the second they hit the market, and this program allows you to take a time out. Make your home search easier by pre-approving your budget and maintaining a 60-day lock-in period while you look for your perfect home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to lock in your interest rate and unlock your dream home. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Dave, I'll tell you, ain't nothing no damn Ruski does better than us Americans.
Dave says, who smokes more, Buckshot or Jimmy's Russian?
Honey, bring in the trash.
Bring in the trash?
That means the in-laws, Lance.
Most states, they take it out.
Have you ever posed as a reflexologist?
I have, yes.
Oh, no, I have not.
Mounties are trying to identify a man who posed as a reflexologist and rubbed two women's feet during, quote, separate and unusual interactions in British Columbia.
That was an unusual interaction.
It's very separate, though.
Now, authorities say the incidents were reported weeks apart and that both took place at approximately the same time of day, but in different areas of the city. Now, the first woman reported she was in a parking lot on the morning of August 11th when a stranger approached her and asked to take pictures of her feet. Quote, the woman stated she was caught off guard and let him take the photos. He then started to rub her feet and asked if he could continue giving her a proper massage. When she declined, he allegedly continued touching her anyway and told her, quote, in about 30 seconds, you're going to feel good.
You talking to yourself?
30 more seconds.
Not as good as me, though.
Now, the woman yelled, pulled her foot away, and left, according to authorities. She described the man as white, 50 years old, 6 feet tall, with short, salt and peppered hair. He was wearing a Blue Jays shirt at the time.
I don't own a Blue Jay shirt.
And you don't have the salt and pepper hair, and you're not 6 feet tall.
It depends on how much salt and pepper you're looking at.
It was a tube day.
Now, the second woman told police she was approached in a parking lot, persuaded to let an unknown man record video of her feet and rub them. Now, according to this report, the female was frozen in fear during the event, not sure what to do. She stated she felt the interaction was sexual when she was victimized by the encounter. She put her shoes on, left when the man asked to switch her to her other foot. She described the man as middle-aged, 5'10", with a short-kept beard. He was also walking a small dog. You walk small dogs, don't you?
I do walk two of them.
Do you think it's going the line, like, if this is a fetish of mine, do you think I'm going a little over the line if I, hey, can I rub your feet? Also, I want to film it.
Yeah. I would say.
We're in a Walmart parking lot.
And he went from still photos to now video.
Yeah, but how do you do it? Do you put it on a tripod?
How do you get somebody to agree? Like, oh, yeah, I guess.
And can I just say, if I'm going to do it, it ain't going to be in the Walmart parking lot. That seems like a weird location to do this.
Yeah, Lady Foot Locker for me.
Well, I mean, it ain't going to be the Walmart parking lot.
I like the way he's working on the left one, and he wants to go from left Twix to right Twix. You mind if I do the other one now?
So I got words that the Webster Dictionary just added. Adorkable.
That's a lovable, nerdy person.
Yeah. Rockstar is adorkable.
Cute but nerdy.
This is socially awkward or quirky in a way that is endearing.
Yes, absolutely. Rockstar is adorable.
Yep. Right.
Galentine's Day.
Galentine's Day is if you don't have a date, the girls get together.
That's right, all the girls together, Galentine's.
Holiday observed on February 13th is a time to celebrate friendships, especially amongst women.
See, there you go. We're 2 for 2, don't we?
Brandon and I usually go out on February 13th together.
Luke, as it's spelled L-E-W-K.
Jim, you take that one.
Luke. That's when...
our man Jack Poole would know.
That is Luke. I don't know. People looking for their father. I don't know.
I knew it was going to be a Star Wars joke.
It's so bad.
Star Wars joke.
It's a fashion look that is distinctive to the wearer and that is noticeable and memorable to others.
That's Luke, man. All right.
Shrinkflation.
Had that last night.
Shrinkflation?
What?
When you go swimming at night. That is going to be, it's what is, with inflation, shrinkflation, you end up, you don't buy as much, you don't go out as much, you don't travel as much, you sort of stay at home more.
It's the practice of reducing a product's amount or volume per unit while continuing to offer it at the same price. Yep. Basically, potato chips.
Oh, potato chips. You open a bag of air.
Yep.
Oh, I got 4 chips. All right.
SpawnCon.
How's
Spell
that?
that.
Could you spell that, please? Use it in a sentence.
SPONCON.
Fun kind. Yeah, I don't know.
You're in the biz.
Oh, it's a sponsor group. It's a sponsor conference.
A sponsor conference? That'd be awesome.
SpotGod.
It is actually content posted usually by an influencer on social media that looks like a typical post, but for which the poster has been paid to advertise a product or service.
Hashtag ad.
And then finally, yeet.
Yeet. Y-E-E-T?
Yep.
Oh, this is Brown. You say this all the time.
Yeet. I'm excited, man.
Yeah, you picked it up from your daughter. Go ahead. What is it?
I don't know, Jim.
You're close.
I'm
You're
excited,
on.
yeah.
As an interjection used to express surprise, approval, or excited enthusiasm, as a verb to throw especially with force and without regard for the thing being thrown.
Right. Yep. That was me.
I'm assuming you got a picture of this next one. Mother of a toddler who was obsessed with a red-eyed demonic doll has said that her daughter's toys of choice makes children twice her age cry.
Oh, my
God.
Gracious. We're going to need to get a new doll for this young lady.
I mean, we should call and say, hey, give us your address. We will send you a new doll.
Yes, my
Again, I had...
looks like Pinhead from Hellraiser.
It really does.
I had Sulu, the monkey that I drug around when I was about her age.
What better than that?
Yep.
I mean, that looks like it's already been burned, and she pulled it out.
Now, Briar Beard, pictured right there, 3 years old, has been obsessed with creepy Chloe since her mom, Brittany, purchased the doll from a Halloween pop-up shop last month. But now, Brittany has shared that her daughter won't leave the house without the doll in tow, terrifying other kids.
No, Mom, I am not leaving.
Creepy Chloe's eyes glow bright red on demand, and she comes with a button that triggers a gentle giggling sound, which turns into a demonic, evil laugh. Now, for Briar, however, Chloe is her greatest comfort, and she takes the doll to bed with her every single night. Now,
No,
Brittany,
thank you.
33, says that strangers give her strange looks when they see that her daughter carrying the doll and that other kids are frightened of the toddler's toys of choice. Now, Brittany's from Orlando. She said that Spirit Halloween was in the neighborhood, and we always went there to get supplies for the holiday season. When we were there in the store, Briar fell in love with this doll and begged me to buy it for her. Briar's going to end up on a couch.
Yeah, that's a lot going on. A cute little kid, too, man.
Yeah, really cute, sweet-looking thing.
I know.
I would, I mean, how old? 3?
Yep.
Could you not just distract her with an ice cream cone for a second and steal the doll?
We're going to hide this thing.
Yeah.
So, this one out of Knoxville. A man in Tennessee is accused of stealing TVs from Walmart, selling them in the parking lot of the store, according to WVLT.
The doll grew up.
You got to give me one, Lance. You're always good with these. I don't have it, but there's something there.
This would be, I see a little, gosh, who played Kelly in the Bad News Bears? What was his name?
Jeez.
Oh, my God.
How long ago?
Oh, he was in Shutter Island. He had a comeback. Played Freddy Krueger.
Yeah, he also was nominated for Best Supporting Actor for Little Children.
There is a little bit. Dunaway's not real good at this game, but he can't say it. You're gonna have to look at the.
No, I would go Rob Schneider with the dude Jackie Earl
Haley.
Yeah, Jackie Earl Haley.
Look at Dunaway's. I mean, he's not great at this game, but there's.
I mean,
a little bit.
eyes,
Yeah.
Is that legit money sign between his eyes?
Well, he's selling TVs. He's promoting himself.
That's a dollar sign. He's got a little music dribbling outside of his lip there.
And do we have teardrops on each side?
Yeah. He does
That's
have one
awesome
tear.
that he steals it from Walmart, then resells it in the Walmart parking lot.
Yeah. So
I can't go far.
I'm stealing TVs inside and selling them in the parking
Now,
lot.
officers responded to Walmart in Knoxville around 9 p.m. and found, what do you think his first name is?
Tommy Joe.
I'm going to say it is... Thurgood. I think it's going to be Zaxby.
Zaxby?
Donald. Does not look like a Donald.
Is his Flavor Saver tattooed too? That's not real hair. They just tattooed that in there.
No, I think that's real hair, but it is
I
dark.
think it could be dirt.
His hair is starting to run away from its scalp.
It is, isn't it?
He's quite the looker.
Well, he's got a cross, though, so got some religion in him.
Is that a Space Invader or a musical note on the left side of the cross?
That's a great question. I think it's a musical note. Yeah, he's musically inclined.
What are those swimming little things swimming downstream on the right side of his neck?
Really don't know, man. I'm not going to break this guy's tattoo.
Yeah. Could be his morals. Walmart manager corroborated the story, telling officers he saw that Donald loading one of the TVs into the cart. He had stolen 3 TVs, a karaoke machine, and camping equipment from the retail store, sold them all in the parking lot. He was charged with theft of merchandise.
I'm just saying the right side of his neck there, Rockstar, looks like he's a fertile guy.
Oh, my. What?
I think Jim is saying
a lot of swimmers there is what it looks like.
Got some hot sauce on it right there on his trachea.
We have destroyed this.
There's a little bit of acne.
Yeah, I think the Flavor Saver's tattooed.
I'm going to say he doesn't contribute much to society. Just a guess, book by cover.
Yeah, I think you've probably got that one.
Okay, so final story. As the world mourns the devastating news of the Queen's death, you guys thought she was overrated. Companies have since implemented their own marks of respect for the longest reigning monarch. Now, a supermarket shopper has shared their confusion on a recent trip to Morrison's on Saturday. In a viral Reddit post, the person highlighted longer queues than usual, which they claim to be the result of the checkout beeps or lack thereof. Now, however, Morrison's told Indy 100 that their supermarkets haven't completely turned off the checkout sounds. Instead, they confirm they have lowered the volume and switched off announcements in stores.
What can we do to mourn the Queen? Sir, what if we lowered the volume on the checkout beeps?
Can we take him all the way away now?
No, that's going to be mass confusion, Harold.
Yeah. What about the announcements? That really would be disrespectful to the king.
And I
Queen.
mean, if I'm walking around in there, I'm like, they probably did this for the Queen.
When I think Morrison's, I used to think the old tray on Lunch and Three.
Is that not what it is?
The steam line.
It's
What's
like
it?
a supermarket.
Yeah, it's like their Publix over there.
Okay. Is that trash?
That's it, man.
All right. Trash brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, our friends at Mortgage Right have that game-changing new offer that will shift the way you view home shopping. Put your best foot forward with their upfront underwriting program. Mortgage Right's team of underwriters will look over your application to determine how much home you can buy. They will issue a pre-approval letter, which will set you apart other buyers and prove to sellers that you mean business. Mortgage Right's upfront underwriting program will help you home shop with confidence. No hassle, no hang-ups, only happy home buyers. Just get pre-approved with Mortgage Right before you start home shopping. Fast track your home buying journey today at mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Jackie Earle's a good guess by Jeff there. Appreciate that. Superior Thruster says, who's the Queen now? That's a great question. Who's the Queen now? We got a king.
It's Charles' old lady.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy.
She becomes the Queen? Mm-hmm. But he has the most power?
Well, he's got all the power.
Yeah,
she has no power.
He's the king.
Yeah, well, the Queen had all the power before that.
That's because she was the daughter of the king, and they didn't have a son. So when Charles dies, she loses all her power, and it goes to one of the kids.
I'm being told she's the queen consort. Come on, guys.
Okay,
you gotta know.
I don't really give a rip.
So if it was America, though, we would probably be, have signs and torches and
not our king.
Yeah.
Not our king.
We want the Queen should have as much power as the king, right?
Not our king. It's not my king.
You'll have to have the right blood first.
We are back in a moment as we continue on. This hour brought to you by our friends at Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster, the king of Southern Fried Chicken, and also the place you get those wonderful Mississippi Delta tamales and a lot more. Check them out online.
That's Charles. No, it's his fingers. It's his fingers.
He got stung by a bee.
No. I asked
He's allergic.
Rockstar about this the other day. Are those actually Charles's fingers? Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
No, 100%. No, it is not.
Photoshop.
There is no.
No, those are his fingers. I promise you.
Those are hands of a king.
Yeah.
There's no way. I mean, you couldn't grab anything. He couldn't even palm an apple with those things.
That does make sense though. Burger King and those little the Whopper hands.
Good point. Yeah, royal hands.
Champy'sChicken.com. Back in a moment.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386, or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com, or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
I'm Donald Trump, and I love Alabama. As many of you know, there are a few issues facing our nation as important as election integrity and election fraud. This is why the people of the great state of Alabama must work together to make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. So get out, register to vote, and get a photo ID so you can make your voice heard and decide the future of our great country. Thank you.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Larry Fedora stepping away from the Boston Breakers, or New Orleans Breakers in the USFL. He is not coming back for season 2, making that announcement last night on social media as they get ready to start making plans for the upcoming USFL season year 2. A lot of that will be right back here in Birmingham, Alabama. We're looking forward to that. We're looking forward to Browns Spotlight today, which is our Thursday traditions. That in just a second. Don't forget football tonight. It is the Chargers and the Chiefs. And you'll enjoy some of that, we hope, with the beautiful folks at Redmont Vodka and Redmont Distilling.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. One of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka, Charles Barkley. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish. Doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled. Available your local package and ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today. Available in 20 states. It is Redmont Vodka.
Yeah, looking forward to that. By the way, Missouri's Brady Cook is taking some credit for the slow start from Missouri. He is looking forward to Missouri playing better. They've got to get better offensively. And they made it an official sellout at Tennessee for Florida-Tennessee coming up next week. 101,913. Again, we're continuing the trend of announcing sellouts.
Auburn did it yesterday.
Yeah.
Did that game just sell out yesterday?
I don't know. We didn't used to have to do that in the SEC, but the official sellout for Florida and Tennessee, 101,913, coming up next week in the big game on CBS. Speaking of traditions, which sellouts usually used to be here in the SEC, let's get to our Baumhower's Spotlight today, Rockstar.
The Baumhower's Spotlight.
College football's best traditions.
Hey, and our friend Bob Baumhower delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. In fact, had to give them away for the first few years, 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Get in, take advantage of that recession concession. Baumhower's is here to save you a few bucks with their recession concession menu that includes a complimentary beverage. You can get that classic tailgate burger for $7.99, the Bam Bam chicken for $9.99. Go easy on your wallet with Baumhower's Victory Grill for lunch or dinner.
So last week I had a visual aid for our tradition. I got it again this week.
Yeah. One Texas person said you were wrong last week. I clapped back and said, I don't think so.
No, they can just get over it. So last week in our tradition, I showed you how a branding on the cow, 13-0 score in Texas A&M, turned into Bevo.
Steer, yes.
Thank you, Jim. A steer turned into Bevo. This week, Penn State, how they got their uniform. So you might not have known that the Penn State uniform had some very dubious beginnings.
Really?
Yeah. Do you know what their original colors were?
They're blue and white now.
They are.
I'm going to say their original colors were black and white because of the dirt and the limestone.
Not quite.
I would go green and orange.
We'll answer that question in a moment on our tradition. They're widely noted for their simple game uniforms. They only wear white pants. The jerseys, simple blue for home games, white for away games. They're only allowed to wear simple black Nike shoes with white calf socks for game days. No team logos, conference logos, numbers, other stickers permitted on the helmet. Penn State only started wearing bowl decals in the 97 Fiesta Bowl. Before that, they wouldn't even do that. But the blue and white uniforms were not the original colors. Penn State's original colors might surprise you. Pink and black.
Oh, wow.
Pink and black. But what would often happen is in the sun, the pink and the black would fade and it would become more white and navy. And one day, somebody in the university is like, you know what? I think the white and navy eventually looks better. We ought to go with that. So they canned the pink and black sometime in the 1800s, went all white and navy. And that's why today, Penn State has maybe the most simple uniform in college football, but it is iconic. And that is today's tradition.
I like it. I was hoping there was going to be a dividing line or something. That I was looking for that, but that was just a demonstration of how simple their uniform is.
Your best drawing yet.
It's a stripe, Jim. That's all they've got on their uniform. It's white with a stripe.
Yeah, that's our Baumhower Spotlight today.
Yeah.
Hey, again,
Jim,
Bob
Jim
Baumhower celebrating 40 years of great concepts throughout the state. Again, the first to ever bring you the delicious taste of wings. Right now, the Alabama hot chicken, Bob's own personal recipe that he now keeps locked away. Baumhower's is bringing you the newest and greatest featured item, fresh southern fried chicken breast, smothered in a tangy blend of boosting herbs, spices, honey, apple cider vinegar with a spicy finish, served up with a homemade side of smoked Gouda cheese grits, Miss Mary's southern greens, and garlic bread. Pick it up today, lunch or dinner, Baumhower's Victory Grill.
All right. When we come back on the other side, Buster Olney joins us to talk baseball, and then we're back to Rockstars 4 Downs in college football the rest of the show. One more hour to go right here on The Next Round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels, drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available, plus the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties. And they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Chargers Chiefs tonight, kicking off the football weekend, but baseball is so juicy right now. Let's talk to our buddy Buster Olney, brought to you always by our friends at ATIX. Whether it's a Broadway play, a big concert, or a big sporting event, our friends at ATIX can get you in the game.
AAATix.com, 822-7382. Auburn-Penn State over the weekend, becoming a tough ticket. You can get yours at AAATix.com, 822-7382. They bring you Buster on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline from ESPN. He is Buster Olney. What's going on, Buster? How are you today?
What's happening, guys? What's new?
Not a whole lot. We were just talking in a break, actually, about the Wainwright-Molina combo. 325 games now. We often talk about records that will not be broken. I did not realize this was even a record. But, boy, it's hard to believe that one ever gets broken.
Yeah, because of the way starting pitchers are used these days, with teams relying on relievers more. You don't have guys making 30 to 35 starts a year the way that Wainwright did during the course of his career. But probably the more the outlier in that relationship has been Yadi Molina, that he's been a regular catcher for that long. I just the way that catchers are evaluated these days, I don't think anyone will ever come close to that. And it's very interesting because I'm sure you've read and picked up on this. It's not like these two guys are really close, but I think as time has gone on, they've developed a really strong professional relationship, and they both value this number for what it means for both of them. And let's face it, it's one of those records that, Molina to me is a first ballot slam dunk Hall of Famer. Wainwright probably has more work to do. I hope he comes back in 2023. But that number will be on the Hall of Fame plaque for both, I think, eventually, inevitably.
Okay, so right now, Albert Pujols for career is it 697?
697 homers. Yeah,
okay.
3 away.
And Aaron Judge has got 57. So both are chasing history of sorts. What's the more significant chase right now?
So I actually think that Judge's is, and let me tell you why. I had Marley Rivera, who does a great job for us and ESPN, and I asked her this question, if this was accurate based on her conversations with Albert. I think getting to 697 was more important to Albert than getting to 700, because by hitting 697 homers, that meant that he set the record for any player born in the Dominican. He passed Alex Rodriguez. And she said that's absolutely true, that for Albert, 700 is a big round number and there'll be a lot of attention to it, but it's not as big as hitting 697. On the other hand, with Aaron Judge, he's going to set the American League record. And it's very interesting. The current record is 61 by Roger Maris at 61 years ago. Okay. And I think that, if in fact Judge passes Maris for home runs, that, not only is he going to break the American League record, but I think in the eyes of a lot of fans, whether you agree with them or not, he's going to be considered to be the greatest home run hitter in a single season because of the PED links to Bonds, to McGuire, and to Sosa. And that's why, as we go along, I think all of his plate appearances will be something watched not only on Sports Center and in a lot of media outlets, but also in clubhouses. I think players are going to get really locked into this chase.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I did see where Vlad Guerrero Jr. last night hit his 100th. He's still very, very young. If we project him out and if he has the kind of career Pujols has had, how high can Vlad Guerrero Jr. go in your eyes? I was just doing some math at 15 years at 25 home runs on average over those years. That only gets me to like 525 or something like that. I mean, the numbers you have to hit to get to where Pujols is amazing. Do you think Vlad Guerrero has that type of swing?
I think it depends in part on how he takes care of himself. You guys remember early in his career how he was kind of heavy, and then he changed his diet, and he had that season last year when he finished second in the MVP race, and you hope that he continues that going forward. I think the next guy that we're going to see who's going to approach 700 is actually going to be Mike Trout. He's reminded us in the last couple weeks of how great he is. 7 homers in 7 days. a streak that ended yesterday. There's a chance that next year, in a year in which he's going to be 31 years old for most of it, he's going to hit career homer number 400. And I know Mike well enough to know that he could be someone who at the end of his career would hang on. He'd still be an effective hitter because he's incredibly strong. He has command of the strike zone. And by the way, he's incredibly superstitious. Earlier in the week, I asked him to come on the podcast that I do, and he's always been incredibly generous with his time. And I got a note back from the Angels saying, Mike says that he definitely wants to come on, but how about next week? And I knew exactly what that meant. He didn't want to talk to me while this thing was going on, or probably any other media member, because he's so superstitious.
ESPN's Buster Olney is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. ATIX brings you Buster each week. AAATix.com, 822-7382. All the baseball tickets, Auburn-Penn State over the weekend down at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Get your tickets there at AAATix.com, 822-7382. You ready for this, Lance? This is for you. Buster texted me before the segment. It says, I've got a great stat on the Dodgers lineup. So specifically for our Dodger,
here we go.
Our resident Dodger fan, here is Buster Olney.
Yeah, you're going to love this one. So as of this moment, the Dodgers have 3 players in the top 10 in baseball in wins above replacement. Those would be Mookie Betts, Trey Turner, and Freddie Freeman, who bat 1, 2, and 3 in the Dodger lineup. Our great Sarah Langs does great research for us. Look this up for me. They will be the first team in history, if this holds, to ever have the number 1, number 2, and number 3 hitters in their lineup finish in the top 10 in WAR. And I think we're going to talk about this this Sunday because we got Giants and Dodgers. I think you can make a case that their 1, 2, and 3 are the best ever in any lineup. I asked Dave Roberts yesterday, had a conversation with him, the Dodgers manager, how did this come about that they batted them 1, 2, and 3? And he told me this great story about how when Mookie Betts was on the injured list, he walked up to Dave earlier this year and saying, hey, when I come back off the IL, have you given any thought to how you're going to bat us? And so Dave, as he said to me, these guys have earned the respect of having a conversation. So he brought all 3 into his office, and Mookie said, I'm most comfortable with the idea. I'm thinking myself as being a table setter. Trey Turner said the same thing. Freddie said, look, I think of myself as an RBI guy, but I really need a good right-handed hitter behind me to protect me a little bit. And so that's how they arrange them the way they have. They have been spectacular. As you guys know, plus 318 run differential this year, which is more already than the 1998 Yankees, who were at plus 309 for that entire season. And that's a team we look at as being arguably the greatest team that we've ever seen.
Okay, speaking of Dodgers, a former Dodger that I still pull for, Kenley Jansen. I remember shaky moments for Kenley. Now Braves fans are seeing it. How big of a question mark is Kenley Jansen for the Braves going down the stretch? And is he the biggest question mark for the Braves?
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt. Their rotation is solid. In fact, better than it was last year. I've related you guys having the conversation with a longtime Brave a couple weeks ago saying, on paper, I think you guys might be a better team than when you won the World Series last year. And this person, without hesitation, said, I agree with you completely. But Kenley Jansen is a question mark. As a Dodger fan, that's the way it's been a few times in recent years with the Dodgers. And the interesting thing is, at the trade deadline, they picked up Raisel Iglesias from the Angels. He's under contract for years. Kenley's on a 1-year deal. I absolutely believe, and I had this conversation with Brian Sitker at one point, that if, in fact, they get to a situation where Kenley's not throwing well and Iglesias is, they will quickly flip the switch and put Iglesias in that closer role. And this too. It's not only the Braves who have a question at closer. The Dodgers do too. Craig Kimbrell, I think, is going to be an issue for the Dodgers down the stretch. As good as the Dodgers are, they got to figure out their bullpen alignment before the playoffs start.
Buster, you and I are virtually the same age, and I'm not going to let you go with this Dodger comment you just made. We used to, at the ballpark, we'd take the soda cups, we'd wad them into a ball, we'd play handball with our little plastic helmets on that we would get at the local store there in the 70s. And there was this team called Cincinnati that had Pete Rose, Ken Griffey, and Joe Morgan. 1, 2, 3. We called it the Big Red Machine. It's got to be better than this Dodger lineup 1, 2, 3. Come on, man.
If it was Griffey Jr., maybe.
So I'm guessing Eduardo Perez texted you because we just had this argument an hour ago on our weekly conference call. And I said, yeah, but in 74, it was actually Rose, then Morgan hitting 2, and then some other alignment. And of course, Eduardo might be a little biased because his dad hit 5th in that alignment. Right, yes. Tony Perez. Yeah. I respect the pushback on that. I don't know if I'm ready to say that Turner, Betts, and Freeman isn't quite as good as those guys. What do you think?
Those 3 were really good, and they were my childhood, and I don't like Lance that much, so I'm going to go with the Reds.
Hey, Buster, I got to ask you. You brought up Mike Trout and how superstitious he is. Who is the most superstitious guy you've ever come across covering baseball? Because they're all superstitious.
Boy, and you're right. There are. It's a long list of players with superstition to the point that for some of them it was OCD. I remember there was a player who was a catcher. I'm not going to mention his name out of fairness to him, but his teammates would laugh that every time he got ready to go on the field, when he put on his shin guard and his equipment, it didn't feel right, he'd take it off. And he'd put it back on, and it sometimes delayed the starting pitcher from warming up. I'm going to go with Turk Wendell, the old Mets reliever, who would run out to the mound, and then he'd wave to the center fielder, and he would have to – he had this whole series of things that went on for him to pitch to the point that Bobby Valentine, his manager, went to him and said, you know what, enough of that. Just go out and pitch. And then there was Paul O'Neill, who I covered with the Yankees, who was incredibly superstitious. I had covered him for 4 years, and I walked up to him and said, hey, Paul, I want to ask you about this great stat about you. And he just shot his head back and, Buster, I hate those numbers. Why would you even bring this up? And I said, Paul, but here's the cool thing. You've already made this milestone. Like, it's not one that's in progress. He goes, oh, really? What was it?
All right, Buster presented each week by ATIX. Braves playoff tickets, Auburn-Penn State this weekend, all the college football tickets at ATIX, AAATix.com, 822-7382 for our friends at ATIX. Thank you, Buster. Have a great weekend. Dodgers-Giants, Sunday night, ESPN. Check out Buster there. We'll see you next Thursday, Buster.
Okay, guys, that sounds great. I'll see ya.
Thanks, buddy. Buster with us. Very awkward goodbye by me, which threw him off, obviously. He was on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline presented by ATIX. Hey, don't forget, Alabama Power wants to remind you timely communication. It's more important today than ever before. So Alabama Power wants you to know you've got options when it comes to reaching them beyond just phone or mail. Check outage alerts, where you can receive a text or email notification when you experience an outage. For more info, visit alabamapower.com/alerts.
Yeah, Wade Boggs was bad too.
Yeah,
Wade Boggs had some interesting stuff. Do you remember his mistress? I think her name was Margot Adams.
I remember that. Yeah.
And he would make her come to the park wearing no panties. He said it was good luck.
Yeah, for everyone.
I think that was less of a superstition. Yes.
More of a fetish.
Yeah.
Who was the guy?
Wade was, in fact, encouraged everybody to come to the ballpark without panties.
Who was the guy? He played with Jeff Bagwell, and he looked like he had a shrunken head because his helmet was so big.
Craig Biggio?
Maybe so, but he used to always do the gloves. It was that Biggio did the gloves after every pitch. And that had to be just habit.
Was Turk Wendell the guy that ate licorice in the dugout too? There was one guy who used to eat licorice.
I know he would brush his teeth between. And the thing was, Turk wasn't that good.
That's right.
Maybe you need to change your superstitions up.
Step on some lines or something. All right, we got football tonight. Rockstar's got 4 downs. We'll do that coming up on the other side. Don't forget, Bud Light Game Night is happening tonight. We're down at Mugshots Uptown. Come hang out with us. We got a live show on all our video platforms, 5 to 6 Central Time, and then 6 to 7 we'll hang out and get ready for the great football game tonight, Chargers and Chiefs. That's Bud Light Game Night. And NASCAR's rolling back to Talladega. Our friends at NASCAR want to remind you to get in the race with a great seat this October.
Well, there are a lot of ways to do it. First of all, you can win tickets with us. NextRoundLive.com/Dega. It's right there on the front page as well if you just go to NextRoundLive.com. NextRoundLive.com/Dega. They asked this question. What team is Joey Logano's favorite NFL team?
Oh, Joey Logano now.
Joey Logano today. What's his favorite NFL team? If you can answer that question correctly, you're in a drawing. We're going to give away some Saturday tickets, Sunday passes, as well at Talladega Superspeedway. But if you don't win those, you can buy your tickets for the Sunday, October 2 race. The Yellowwood 500, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Check out all the experiences like the Saturday night infield concert. Chase Rice and Bailey Zimmerman. He's one of Dunaway's favorites, Bailey Zimmerman, the opening act. 7:30, your Sunday ticket gets you in that race. See more at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA. If you want to try to win them right now, Next Round Live/Dega, nextroundlive.com/Dega. You can win your tickets to the Yellowwood 500.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate designed Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Rockstar's Four Downs, always away from sports on Thursdays. And he's got a couple of them, 4 of them actually, lined up to roll our way in just a second. A quick reminder that if you're moving anywhere in America, or whether it's across town or the continental United States, there's only one name to remember. That's Crocker Moving Services, crockermovingservices.com. Residential and commercial moving. They'll even pack up your office, pack up your house, however you need it done. crockermovingservices.com is the website. Eric Crocker, the owner, a Marine, a Birmingham native, a veteran of the Iraq War. And I love the fact, love the fact that he uses made in the USA equipment, made in the USA supplies whenever possible. Crocker Moving Services will move you anywhere in the continental United States. They'll do it without all the headaches because this guy's a professional and he hires, he's a veteran. He hires as many veterans as he can, just people that get the job done. crockermovingservices.com, crockermovingservices.com. Couple of notes as we get ready for an NFL football weekend. A few rookies made debuts this past weekend, and 2 of the receivers that were drafted, you won't see either one of them tonight, but I thought Jahan Dotson and Drake London had great debuts for the Commanders and the Falcons, and the Falcons didn't win, but Dotson and London looked the part of future stars in the NFL.
Well, Terry McLaurin's still that go-to for the Commanders, but with Carson Wentz coming in, a new quarterback, Dotson was that speedster, the game breaker last year for Sean Clifford in Penn State. He scored a touchdown this past weekend. That offense is much more aggressive this year under Ron Rivera. So Dotson's going to have an opportunity to make some big plays. Drake London, I said it, man. You know, watching that guy, he was the only go-to for USC before he got hurt last year. He's a big target. He's got great hands. I compared him to Mike Evans a couple of years ago. He is going to be outstanding with Kyle Pitts in that offense if they get consistent play from Mariota.
And I'll give you one more. I watched a lot of Titans-Giants. Treylon Burks, he only had 3 catches, but he looks the part. I mean, you watch him, and he looks like a guy that could be like A.J. Brown, who is basically who they gave up when they got Treylon Burks.
Yeah, a couple of interesting matchups this week that includes tonight's Chargers-Chiefs, but you got Tampa Bay and New Orleans. Had somebody, it was Greg from Pell City, one of our sponsors, texted me last night and said, who's the team that always gives Tampa Bay problems? The Saints.
Yep.
And that's it. Brady's got to get over that. If he just survives this weekend in New Orleans, I'll be happy as a Bucs fan.
Well, as Tampa's starting quarterback, he's 0-4 against the Bucs. Or, 0-4 against the Saints. And that offensive line, which is in a worse situation than it was of those other 4 games, has given up 24 sacks in those 4 games.
Yeah, so not a good situation for the Buccaneers this weekend. Something to keep in mind. All right, let's do Rockstar's 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Hey, 4 great locations, soon to be that 5th location in Pell City. Make sure you get a look at anything bumper to bumper, from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
What are teens today not ready to hear?
You are not going to make $100,000 coming out of college.
So what are teens today not wanting to hear?
Well, they don't want to hear put your phone up either.
They don't want to hear that. I think they also don't want to hear just because something doesn't go your way, you're not going to be able to bitch and whine and complain and get everything changed. Although it's getting easier to do, but
a lot easier.
I don't think that's the real world, though.
But see, I think both of you have said things that probably were true in the 90s or early 2000s. But I think I can make $100,000 coming out of college now. I mean, I see people in high school on YouTube and on TikTok
here's my
that
point,
are making $100,000.
I never expected to make $100,000 coming out of college.
No.
I knew that I was going to have to work, and I think we've all done this. And, you know, there was a time in the radio industry where I worked on the air for free for an entire year.
Yeah.
Well, you're talking about paying your dues if it doesn't happen, but it's possible if you have the right idea or you can find that niche and stuff.
But I'm just saying that all kids think that they're immediately going to make 6 figures rolling out into the workforce, and it's just not realistic.
And see, they see the stories where people whine and complain because they just don't get their way, and then they end up getting their way. What they don't see is there's far more stories where the boss tells somebody, you can just go pound sand. And guess what? You're out of a job when you bitch and whine because you don't get your way. Those stories exist. You don't see those, is my point.
I don't think they want to hear anything, Rockstar. They don't want to be told anything. It's a rebellious time, and I think it's awesome.
Okay, Boomer.
Yeah, I'm just saying that.
You think it's awesome?
I think anything that comes out of my mouth to my 2 college-age kids, they think I'm just,
And you love that.
I'm old. I'm from the 1900s.
And you think that's awesome?
Yeah. That's an old person's mentality to think, oh, these kids these days. They said the same thing about kids in the 60s, kids in the 70s, kids in the 80s. The kids are kids. Kids are going to always be kids.
Different. I mean, to your kids' defense, I listen to about half of what you say anyway.
Exactly. That's my point.
Second down.
What is something you did the hard way for the longest time because you didn't know there was a much easier way?
This is going to sound weird. For me, it was school. I think the easy thing to do in school was actually to listen.
Right.
Write down a few notes because I can remember things.
Sit up front.
Pay attention.
Yeah.
Smooth talk the teacher a little bit and actually prepare a little bit for a test instead of missing a lot of class. When I would go, I'd be hungover. I wouldn't pay attention at all. And then the night before an exam, I would cram, and I'd be lucky to make a C. It doesn't work. Yep. If you do it the easy way, you just absorb, 20 minutes a day, then you probably could easily float by with B's.
Mine probably would require a visual aid here, but I'm going to try to describe it. If you buy a Diet Mountain Dew or just soda, the 6-pack of bottles, Gatorade too, and they're in that thing that we used to be told it gets around dolphins' noses, so they cut them. Those things have a little perforated tear. If you'll look at them and you tear it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You still fight to get it out,
Yeah.
right? If you tear it, what it leaves behind is a little thin piece of plastic that just easily breaks.
Wow.
And when you discover that, it will change your life.
Okay, wow, didn't know that.
Yeah, it's
Learn a new thing every day.
So on each side, and you peel it away, and that first one pops right out, and you keep peeling it. The second one pops right out, and the third one pops right out.
I'm no longer a texter. I hit that microphone. I just tell you,
it doesn't always work for you.
It doesn't always work, but it's close enough for me. I'm tired of. I'm a 1-thumb texter. I can't do 2 thumbs. I'm slow with 1 thumb, so I just hit that microphone and I let my southern accent go. And sometimes it doesn't get it right, but it's close enough. You guys know what I'm talking about.
On the show group text, it is texted to the show. Hey, Stan White is going to be at 10 o'clock today. It was a time to be determined. 10 o'clock today. Dunaway responds. Heard.
Right.
H-E-A-R-D.
Just letting you know I got it, man. That's what the kids say. I
he
heard.
was doing show prep at
Heard
the
it.
time.
Heard
He'd
it.
been here since 4:30.
Heard that.
And
I heard it.
interrupting with a text.
Heard.
Third down.
Means I got it, man. Thumbs up.
What franchise has been milked to death?
Don't tell Lunsford, but I'm going to say Fast and Furious.
Fast and Furious is pretty good. Marvel's getting there with this. Marvel's getting
You
there.
haven't even watched them. How do you know it's been milked to
Why?
death?
Because they've done.
I tried to watch
so
Fast
many.
and Furious. I got to like 3, and then I heard they went to space recently.
They have to.
Is that
man.
true?
You got to get bigger every time.
On Fast and Furious, they went to space?
That's what I hear.
In the last one.
Well, that's bullshit.
Fast and Furious, zero gravity.
Marvel is getting there with this
universe.
No, Black Adam, or is that DC?
That's DC.
Yeah.
What is
Come on,
Black
Brown.
Adam?
It's The Rock.
Black Adam's The Rock.
The Rock. He's
No,
going to
but
save
what's
the
his
universe.
what's his
Looks
superpower?
Awful. I don't know.
The correct answer here is Star Wars. I mean, we all know this. I mean, there's Star Wars everything. And
Y'all hitting Lunsford on every side.
Sorry, Lunsford. Well, another kick in the crotch for Lunsford.
Star Wars and Marvel did it right.
No, Star
Fast
Wars
and Furious,
is-
I kind of understand. Everything else.
Okay, what about Halloween? Halloween
Halloween
ends
has
now?
been milked to death.
Yeah, Halloween's crazy.
Yeah,
Halloween
it's
the
done.
movie?
No, yeah.
Not the holiday.
Yeah, and Jamie Lee Curtis. I mean, hell, she's going to die on set.
Well, see,
Yes.
they said this one's the last one for Jamie Lee Curtis. That doesn't mean they're not going to keep making other awful movies after this one.
Yeah. By the way, I went home the other night. No joke. Somebody in our neighborhood had already thrown out some Halloween stuff on the front of their condo. So I roll into the house.
Ball gag.
And I'm sitting there with Maggie. I said, can you believe these people? I mean, it's freaking, I think today it was September 10th. It says freaking September 10th. And that person has already got some Halloween stuff on the front. And she's like, go out to our front deck. So front porch. I look down and she's got a boo mat already out. I said, what the hell are you doing? It's September 10th. It's 92 degreast. And you've got a Halloween mat out.
Because we start celebrating Christmas October 2nd.
But you know good and well, Halloween could be 92 degrees here.
Yeah.
Could be 42. You never
let's
know.
at least get to October.
Yeah, I'm
before we throw it
October
out.
1, and then Halloween can start.
Fourth down.
What song would absolutely kill the mood in the bedroom?
How about Sandstorm?
I said kill the mood,
Yeah.
Lance.
It's
Father
true.
figure?
By the way, Georgia at South Carolina this weekend.
Father figure?
Yeah, George Michael.
Yeah. That is kind of a weird one. I think about it. I was thinking more like, what would the fox say or something like that. I mean, that's just going to be
a baby shark.
Right, a baby shark. Yeah. Right out of the mood.
Like your intro music to the bedroom.
Well, I bet Dunaway's got a playlist.
Oh, he's got several.
One we use?
It's one song.
I've got a whole list of.
What's the name of the playlist?
Oh yeah, please.
What is the name?
Oh, my phone has died.
Oh dear.
No, here we go.
What's the playlist name?
Let me pull up some playlists.
Read your playlist names. Let's see if we can guess what they're for.
Let me guess one. 38 Strap On.
Let's see.
Maggie Mae's first song.
Best way to get to my playlist here. Here we go.
I would hit Spotify.
I got a golf mix. I mean, obviously.
What's the name of it?
It's called Golf Mix.
Oh, so boring.
Cool for the Summer is my pool mix. I like that one.
Oh, wow.
One of my playlists is I Just Want to Lay Here.
Oh, that's when you're just
pretty
being
obvious
lazy?
what you want to do there, right?
I thought that was Maggie's.
I've got one that's called Quickie.
Oh, my.
Just short songs.
How many songs?
They're all 2-minute songs. Love You for a Long Time.
Yeah.
It's the one right after Quickie.
Is that when you want Chinese?
Oh, my.
What? Sticks with you. The Chinese food stays with you, right? It fills you up.
Bottoms Up is a playlist I enjoy.
That's when you're drinking.
Yep. I have a playlist called Can I Get It? For instance, if I'm home by myself,
you don't have to
Maggie's on her way home, this is playing when she walks in.
Okay, so what is on Can I Get It?
How bad does Maggie dread coming home? I guess I got to finally turn
She
on the
went back to
neighborhood.
college after 2 decades. That's how bad she hates. She dreads coming home.
I got to turn in the neighborhood. Gosh.
Can I Get It's on there? That Way, For Tonight. Couple of songs.
Lord, how many playlists do you have?
Into You, I Drink Wine, Who Says That, I Like It on the Bottom.
Oh, my.
Other songs like that.
Yeah, songs like that.
Songs like that.
Yeah. Playlists go on and on.
You're such an interesting guy.
To live in Dunaway's head for one day.
I don't know if I want to do
That is 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
4 locations, soon to be that 5th location in Pell City. Again, locally owned and operated. Great guys. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, they can handle. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Married a long, long time, guys. 24 years now. 24 years. All right, when we come back, we get back into college football. Sleeping on Mississippi State, and LT asked this question earlier. Who is the number 3 team in the SEC right now? If you still give Alabama and Georgia 1-2, and some of you don't, but if you still do, Georgia and Alabama 1-2, who is the number 3 team in the SEC right now? And I bet we've got a difference of opinion up here. That's coming up. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. Wanted to give you a great offer right now to get your lawn ready for the next year.
Yeah, because the natural thing to probably do is think, all right, my grass is about to go dormant. I don't have to think about that until spring. Incorrect. My friends, if you want the yard of the neighborhood in the spring and summer, the time to act is now, because in the fall, you got to have a proper shutdown. You get the correct nutrients, the correct pre-emergence so that it gets in the turf and the root system. And that way in the spring and summer, you got a weed-free, lush lawn thanks to our friends at Wayne's. And right now, EnviroLawn is going to be a savings for you because we're going to knock the first month off. Absolutely free. First month free of EnviroLawn when you call 866-WAYNES-1. You can also see more at callwaynes.com online. 866-WAYNES are the number 1. Mention the code TNR for the next round and save. You're going to get your first month of EnviroLawn absolutely free when you call 866-WAYNES-1 and use the code TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels, drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior Ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
In a word, it's chaos. You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and make sure to join Jerry Young and myself every Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. for Next Round Preps. It's an in-depth look at all the various big high school football games going on across the state. We'll recap the week before and we'll preview the week ahead. Plus, we'll talk bracketology, recruiting, and other big headlines across all high school sports. That's every Thursday during football season at 1 p.m. on YouTube, nextroundlive.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Lock of the day every day. Lance will send it out a little bit later on at the Lance Taylor on Twitter, Adam and Chad at Hemp Hill Services bring you the lock every day. They're the people we trust to fix it right, fix it the first time, and they do it at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Hemp Hill Services. Call them up now, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or the name Hemp Hill. Brownie.
I've got to pull up his stats to see how significant this is. He is described as star receiver for Miami.
It's a big injury is what you're telling us.
Yeah, he's fourth in the ACC in receiving, 86 yards a game and a touchdown. Miami's leading receiver, Xavier Restrepo, which sounds like something in your tequila there.
Yep.
Xavier Restrepo out indefinitely with a foot injury, so it does not appear, that's according to Miami Herald, does not appear he'll play against Texas A&M. Seems like a significant injury for their pass game.
Well, yeah, I mean, a major weapon for Tyler Van Dyke, and with Restrepo, with him being out, everything's going to fall back on that run game, which has been pretty good for Miami thus far, though.
It really has, but you need that threat to open it up against that front seven of Texas A&M. Big injury in that contest. Texas A&M was the answer for a lot of people in the offseason about who the number 3 team was in the SEC after Alabama and Georgia. That is not the case anymore for most everyone. You guys are chiming in already in the chat room. Jason goes Arkansas. Goose goes Arkansas and Kentucky. Lance, I'll start with you. Third best team in the SEC right now. Give me your first pick, and if not them, then who?
Oh, man, I agree with Connor earlier, Connor O'Gara, who was on. I think it's Arkansas or Mississippi State. I don't know which direction I would go. We're not going to really know much more about Arkansas. We'll know more about Mississippi State. I like, and I said this before, I like Will Rogers better than K.J. Jefferson. But some of these transfers that have come in, I mean, Sanders, the difference he's making in the backfield, Hazelwood out on the perimeter. I feel like Arkansas's offense, although they don't have the quarterback that Will Rogers is, might be a little more well-rounded. But I kind of like that Mississippi State defense better.
You just start looking at wins, and Arkansas does have 2 pretty good wins.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, it's both home games, obviously, but they've beaten Cincinnati, who was a top 25 team at the time in the playoffs last year. I thought Cincinnati played very well in that game. They were surprisingly good to me. And then they beat South Carolina, who's a potentially mid-tier SEC team. I mean, when I say good wins, that's kind of good wins early in the season because so many teams play crap games. Arkansas hasn't really played a crap game yet.
Okay, but is Mississippi State there too?
I don't know, man. Memphis and Arizona, I don't know how good either one of those are.
But they pounded them.
They did.
For me, it is Arkansas, then it's Tennessee. Nobody's giving Tennessee any love. I think that offense will keep them or win them football games all year long. Arkansas and Tennessee for me.
They've played one good team in Pitt.
And I think Pitt should have won that game, and they almost won it with a backup quarterback on one leg.
Of all these teams, what's the best win? Would it be Tennessee at Pitt? So if we can no, I'd have to be Kentucky at Florida. If Kentucky's in this discussion, Kentucky at Florida's got to be your best win of that whole group.
Or is it Arkansas against Cincinnati? I mean,
I'd go
Cincinnati to me is as good, if not better, than Pitt.
Well, yeah, but for me, anyway, you're going to the Swamp. You're going to the Swamp the week after they beat Utah and were top 10. Now, maybe Florida didn't belong in top or wherever Florida was, 12th. Maybe they don't belong there. But that's where you found them when you beat them. I think I'd go Kentucky over Florida.
Yeah, I think what Jeremy's saying, I think October 1st we will have the answer.
There's zero doubt. Kentucky goes to Ole Miss. That's going to be 2 undefeated teams there. Yeah. Alabama plays Arkansas. That's probably going to be 2 undefeated teams, assuming Arkansas beats A&M.
We may not know who the third best team is there, Jeremy. We may know who the second best team is. Yeah. It may be Arkansas.
It may be.
If Arkansas beats Alabama, it may be Arkansas and Georgia for the SEC championship this year.
If they beat Alabama.
Arkansas is that good. I mean, Arkansas is a common answer in the chat room and with all of us up here. Because they run the ball, they got a versatile quarterback, they've got a receiver, Hazelwood, they're working in, and then they've got a really good defense.
They do, but I think Catalan, did they not announce him out for the season yesterday, or those
is
the reports?
For the season or just indefinite?
I think it was the season, if I'm not mistaken, maybe indefinite. But Catalan will be a major loss. That's one of your best defensive backs in the country.
I guess indefinite can be out for the season. It can be indefinitely out.
I'll look up Jalen Catalan and see. Did you guys hear Furman yesterday say he's got Mississippi State 12th in his power rankings?
He does, which I always love to hear the power rankings of the guys in Vegas because that resonates with me.
It does. It should.
Yeah, those are the people that really that's how they bet their money, basically. All right, that's an interesting discussion on who the top 3 is. A little bit more here in just a second after LT tells us about the great folks at Bromberg's.
Yeah, if you're looking to pop the question, you need to go see the Diamond Specialist, our friends at Bromberg's since 1836. Bromberg's has established that great reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit. You can also shop online. Go to brombergs.com.
Yeah, Arkansas Democrat Gazette, Catalan, they finally decided to do surgery. Bob Holt reported yesterday, and that's going to end his season. That's 2 straight years for him, which is a tough break.
And his career probably is off to the NFL.
Yeah,
maybe?
I mean, I would imagine he goes to the NFL. He's highly regarded in the defensive backfield, but that's back-to-back years where he's not been able to finish the season.
Auburn's trying to finish a perfect start to a 3-0 season with Penn State in town national television this week. All Auburn, all orange. We'll see what the uniforms are. But away from that, Auburn's got to get better play at quarterback if they're going to beat the best teams on their schedule. And John Samuel Schinker, who joins us every week, was talking to the gathered media down at Auburn and talked about one of TJ Finley's biggest assets.
We saw it last year, Georgia State game. He just kind of did some crazy stuff. I think his height helps him. He's able to see things for longer. So if he starts scrambling, he can see things unfold and he can dunk it off to you. But yeah, that's part of just TJ trying to make plays. Obviously, he's not as fast as Robbie, so him having eyes and being able to throw balls and make plays like that is that's what he needs to do to be the best quarterback can be, and that helps our offense too. I mean, things are going to break down. Like, it's not going to be perfect. Pocket's not going to be perfect. They're going to be covered downfield, have to make plays, and if he can continue to do that, that'll help our offense for sure.
His ability to improvise will be on display Saturday. Auburn fans hope so, 2:30, as jam-packed Jordan-Hare Stadium gets ready for that big game, and we'll have all your coverage starting tonight with Bud Light Game Night down there at Mugshots in Uptown. One more segment to go, including a is it awkward when John Calipari tries to make fun of himself? You'll see it at an event last night in Kentucky. Part of our final segment straight ahead. Stay with us.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all three phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
A legendary coach once said, it's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win. Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Rolling on to the next round, part of the show brought to you by our friends at Odie's. We'll have the pick three out a little bit later on today. I'm finalizing the groupings. Some really tough picks out on the board, and we'll record the Players Club coming up in just a second. They'll have that out later tonight and tomorrow for you. Mick Gillespie, LT, and myself talking about the board that's out there. It's an interesting gambling board this weekend. Always fun at Odie's, though. You guys had fun there last night.
Yeah, Odie's Team Trivia was a great crowd, fantastic weather. The question last night, what came first, Adam Sandler or Sonic the restaurant?
Oh, I would go Sonic.
You're going to say that because originally roller skates, and that makes you think way
it is very old, yeah.
back in the day.
You're right about
but
that.
I'm going to say Adam Sandler was 64, and I'm going to say Sonic did not come around till 68.
Adam Sandler, 66.
Wow, he's that old.
Sonic, 1953.
Oh, so you're right about the roller skates round.
Yeah. Little stuff you learned at Odie's Team Trivia. Join us every Wednesday. We start up about 8 o'clock. But remember, for weekends, live music on Friday and Saturday. Of course, incredible food every day, every lunch and dinner from Rodney Davis. I had the south of the border roll-up last night with some of that spicy slaw on the side. They've got great burgers, award-winning wings. Stop in, see Will Haver and that great staff. It's a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Chat room, LT says, different LT, Treylon Burks in a fake field goal touchdown made the game close last year. Arkansas and Alabama power run game plays right into Bama's strength this year.
I would kind of agree with that. I think he's right on all of that.
Yeah, Josh says, but Bama on the road has been shaky against inferior opponents the last couple of years.
I also would agree on that.
The agreeable Ryan Brown today.
Nobody said anything wrong yet.
Richard D says, it's definitely hard to find two conference losses for Arkansas if they beat Alabama.
Okay, I was about to look at that because if they beat A&M and Bama over the next 3 weeks in Dallas and in Fayetteville.
That's a big ask.
It is a big ask, but let's play that if game. If
I
they
like
do that.
big ask, and I will not lie.
Oh, it's not even the lyrics. They're at State the week after Bama. If they have beaten Texas A&M and Alabama in back-to-back weeks, there is a 0 chance they beat Mississippi State in Starkville. No, there is. I'm just telling you. Lance, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, that's a total letdown game. Then they're at BYU, which doesn't play into what he's talking about. Then they're at Auburn, host to Liberty, LSU, host to Ole Miss, at Missouri. So their conference games after Alabama, at State, at Auburn, host LSU, host Ole Miss, at Missouri. It is.
But if you can beat,
it opens up for them.
If you can beat Alabama, you can beat anybody.
Well, at that point, they would have to find 2 losses, and I kind of agree. I don't see 2 losses on there.
Okay, let me save Bobby's life here. LT was saying Adam Sandler was born in 1966.
Oh, I thought you said he was 66.
He's not 66 years old.
No, he was born in 66, which he is 56.
Yeah, but man, when you told me he was 66 a minute ago, I was like, God, I can't believe
we can all agree 56 is not old, right? We can all agree to that, right?
Yeah.
So 56 is the new 36.
Yeah, I think we need to agree.
Yeah, 56 is the new 36.
I mean, like 36-year-olds
asking for a friend.
Name their playlist.
Yeah,
and
56 is the new 36.
Flat bill hats.
All right. The video of the day brought to you by our friends at NASCAR, getting you into the game.
All right. Hey, you can go to nextroundlive.com/Dega right now. Joey Logano's favorite football team. You answer that question. Give us some information. We're going to draw for Saturday passes and Sunday passes. 2 weeks. You're going to draw this week and next week. We're going to have winners from both weeks. You can do that right now, nextroundlive.com/Dega. And if you want to purchase your tickets, you go to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. It is the Yellowwood 500 2022 edition, Sunday, October 2nd. The weekend starts Friday, September 30th. Check out all the experiences like the Kids VIP experience presented by Children's of Alabama. You got the pit box tours, garage tours, fist bump alley and the driver intro, much, much more. You see all of that and you buy tickets at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
WLKY gives us this video. WLKY, we appreciate that so much. When I was in Lexington, I think they were known as the Mountain News Leader, maybe, WLKY. It's a state tour. It's a fundraiser for charity up there with Kentucky's basketball coach John Calipari and Louisville's new basketball coach Kenny Payne. And in the conversation that they were having, raising money for a good cause last night, Kenny Payne says this, getting Coach Cal to react like this.
But to have an equal playing field, what better state than this one? This is a basketball state. I mean, it's the best of the best.
Careful.
Right.
I just said state. I said state. I didn't say program.
Now,
So we want to clarify the
all I'm
second.
saying is our football program, who I've been, they're 7th in the country. So let's be fair.
Pretty funny.
John
Thank
Calipari.
you, Kenny.
I mean, are the egos getting big?
Yes.
Yeah, that was
I mean,
a funny,
Cal's- it was
that's
it
a
was
funny line.
nice.
Technically number 9 in the country. in the
Careful.
AP. Yeah, careful.
Oh, he wasn't gonna have him too low. He was not
That's
gonna
right.
make that
He's going to
mistake.
overshoot.
Right.
I've only been to one game up in the Commonwealth.
Basketball or football?
I've never been to Rupp.
Oh my God!
I haven't either. I've been past it. I've never been inside it.
So I've only been to one football game, and I thought the fans were somewhat lackadaisical,
Well,
and I can understand back then. But what I was going to ask you guys, would they rather, and Cal's only had one national championship, which is kind of amazing the way he's recruited. Do you think Kentucky fans right now, if you said, hey, look, come March, you can win another national championship, or you can have a national championship in football?
I'll go with Dunaway. He worked up there.
A national championship in football because you've never done it. I mean, like right now, I think Alabama fans would surprise you on how many of them, I'm not saying majority, but how many of them would take a national championship in basketball over another national championship in football.
I don't disagree with that, but because there's so many national championships, within the last decade.
Yeah.
But it's been a long time for Kentucky.
I've got to say this because it is a tradition on the show, and this is not a part, but I believe this. Size, this is not a size thing. Rupp Arena is big. It is big, and it's a lot of people. It will underwhelm you on atmosphere.
I was the first time I ever saw it, I guess I expected a cathedral of basketball, and it was basically, it's connected to a shopping mall, and I was like, that can't be Rupp Arena.
It is.
I was blown away, but now they have redone a lot since then.
It's a great atmosphere, but I think if you go to Duke, if you go to Kansas, if you go to, I'm a burn some people here, if you go to Auburn Arena,
no, Auburn's a great atmosphere.
Those are better basketball atmospheres than what you get inside Rupp Arena. I worked there for years when it meant more than it does now.
Now, they tore the goalpost down the night I was, the one game I ever went to Kroger Field, Commonwealth Stadium at the time. They tore the goalpost down. But I was surprised at what a good atmosphere it was. Now, I think I probably caught it on one of the best nights they've ever had.
Well, and that was a pretty good teams, Tim Couch.
Yeah, it was, how Mummy coached Tim Couch teams.
But it's hard, for 20,000 fans to be as intimidating as 9,000 fans like you get at Cameron or at Auburn Arena or whatever you get at, Allen Fieldhouse. So it's just different. It's a great atmosphere, and you should go to a game at Rupp, but it's not the best atmosphere in college basketball.
So, Rockstar, Dunaway says size is not everything.
Yeah.
Heard that before.
Yeah. Saw Nancy up here yesterday. It was a great senior, great senior baby, little cord.
Wow.
Yep. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America. Hang in there.